dog. Oh my goodness. Hello. I apologize for being a bit late. Oh my goodness. Also, that's my air conditioner. You can probably hear in the background. I need it on. It's too warm. It's too warm, even though it's been raining a little. But hello, French Puff. Hello, Anthony. Hello, Nick the Salamander. Talan eating the cables. Copper is good, not friend. No, it's not food. Copper isn't food. It's power sources of my electronics. Oh yeah, this morning my mother unplugged the router by accident, so I had no internet, and then I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with it. So it's like, oh, it's unplugged. Well, there's like multiple cables around there. I'm like, okay, which one's actually for one I need to plug into it? It's like, yeah. Soon. But how soon? Yeah. Also, then when I was loading up my computer just now, well, I loaded up my computer programs, you know, for VTS Pog and stuff, I had a few issues. So it's like, ugh, my VTuber software, it's breaking everywhere. But I fixed them, I hope. I think so. Cupcake is friend, not food. Yeah, cupcake is friend, not food. Copper. It's not food either, but it's not friend. It's for electronics. It's needed. Don't eat it. I need my copper. Oh, but we're painting. Are we going to be painting today? Yeah. Oh, goodness. My tummy hurts a little bit. Oh, darn it. I forgot to fill water. I forgot to fill my little cup with water. You know, my paint brush cup. Yeah.
That doesn't change anything since we all eat our friends.
Don't eat our friends.
We
Don't
all
eat
do that
your
right.
friends. That's wrong. No, don't eat friends. You keep saying to us it's not food, but it's a rat mania that needs to be told. I do tell the rat man. Oh, so I'm brushing my hair, by the way, so I don't have my earphones on. I apologise. Oh, goodness. My hair's being brushed. I can't see anything. My hair's in the way now. Oh, gosh. I need to cut my fringe. It's way too long. Covers my eyes. But there we go. Yeah. Oh, so I'm just going to have to quickly disappear. I got it back. I got the water back. Yeah. I'd forgot to fill my little brush cup with water. The one you use to clean your brushes. Oh. Quick, while she can't hear, make Cuptle say the most heinous stuff. Never. I'd still be able to read what you send. I have a long on, short on the other side. You're long on one side, short on the other side. Wow, that's crazy. Don't swear, by the way.
Cupcakes are friends and food.
No, they're not friends and food. That's the most evil and terrible thing to say. Oh, so I finished brushing my hair, so my headphones are on. I can hear everything Cuptle says. Oh, there we go. Oh, getting my gloves on. Getting my gloves on. Message attracted.
Friends are food.
No, friends are not food. Oh my gosh, Nush. How many times do I have to tell you guys this? Stop getting Cuptle to say terrible things. Look, Cuptle loves this. Look at Cuptle down there. He's got some lovely lettuce. He loves lettuce, not eating friends. Oh my goodness. Oh, my tummy is not feeling very good right now. Sorry for your foul language. It's fine. I mean, it's fine. I say, if you don't continue doing it, it's fine. We're a family-friendly channel here. But by the way, Clockwork, hi! How you doing? I've been looking at, stuff and, for different styles and ways that people paint. And it's been making me think about how I paint. Okay, maybe I turn this little light off. It looks a bit too dark though. Okay, maybe I need to do this. There we go. Because you got the heavy metal style of painting. If you don't know, this is like the way that Games Workshop teaches you to paint. We are monkey, not lizard folk. No, we're not monkeys. We're not monkeys are evil. Monkeys are evil, terrible, terrible creatures. Ah! Ow! Don't throw a fish at me, Tony the Tanuki. Been well, finally got my mechanicus painted. Oh, nice! Half an army down. Nice. I'm still painting these same few models. Oh yeah, heavy metal style. So if you want to know what heavy metal style's like, do this sword with the edges are highlighted. And oh, where are they? This guy, where his head, you see the edges of his helmet there are highlighted. This is my first attempt at trying to do a power thing on the power fist. It did not go well. Yeah, that's part of the heavy metal style. They use edge highlighting. Now, if you want to know what a basic painting, I say basic, blending and shading painting style is like, it's like with the shoulder pad here, or with the shoulder pads here, in which you paint a part that shouldn't be for light as a darker colour, and you blend it up into different tones until you've got a lighter colour at the top. And that is what you see. A lot of people who are already artists, and if they first paint miniatures, will probably paint like this. The average person who paints miniatures for the first time will probably paint it like that. I've only got someone like me who learned to paint miniatures, then learned how to paint properly, and uses both methods in all of the painting. But the reality is, I think that for the most part, when you got a 3D model like this, it's not like a 2D model. It has its own shadows. It reacts to the light in different ways, and it will have its own shadows. It will have its own brighter areas. Unless you like throw it under really intense light from multiple directions, that's how it will be. And as a result, you don't need to paint in all of your own shadows and highlights and stuff. Instead, I like to mostly focus on doing like the wear and tear on the model instead. Like, that's not edge highlighting, that's just the edges of the armor being worn and dirtier than the rest of it.
So many friends are on the stream. Yummy, I mean funny. Now completely different topic. How long does it take for you to be well done?
It depends on the type of cake. Not sure, a couple of months. Oh, good God, my connection is trash. Give me a second. Oh, it's a hello, Trashy. Trashy comes in and Anthony's complaining his connection is trash. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I was focusing on just talking about stuff. Look, I had things on my mind I wanted to, mention. But you're being well. You got your mechanicus paints. I shall remember you as a fellow youngling. Don't destroy the younglings. Trade offer. I get food. You get... No, stop it, French Puff. Stop trying to eat people back. Seems stable. Yeah. Unlike me. Not stable at all. Oh, yeah. That looks leathery, doesn't it? I've got to say, yeah. Oh, I need to paint like the green screen on that thing. Oh, I love this model. There's still areas I'm looking that are very clearly messed up. Like you can see there on that gold where it needs to be golden. And along the edge of the leg there, it needs to be black. And just under here it needs to be black too. We are it doesn't matter how delicious someone is. You don't eat them. Don't eat your friends. I'm just going to correct some bits on this model. That's what I'm going to do. I have fingies and I must come. I have fingies and I must come. Da-da-da-da. If you don't know the title to the stream,
We cannot give you any term with stable in it. Stable and unstable require you to function within that spectrum.
Hey! These models are looking good. You've missed so many streams. Don't worry about it. Oh gosh, I accidentally just... Oh no. Oh no. I accidentally got too much paint on the paintbrush. Like, I went all the way in. Oops. Oh gosh. It's morning. My voice sounds all croaky, if you're wondering. Oh, there we go. French Puff just wants to eat people. I don't know why French Puff is suddenly deciding to eat everybody. Okay, good stream to listen to while at work. Keep on talking. Yay! Right, screw work Wi-Fi, mobile data it is. Oh no! Gotta use a 40 gigabytes of mobile data. I get 1 gigabyte a month. Actually, it might be 6 gigabytes now. I think my 1 gigabyte plan this did away with. But I get rollover, so if I don't use it up, it goes to the next month. Yeah. But I've been having to use a data recently because the other day we had an electrician round, so the router was turned off. So that they could, you know, do electric stuff. We had no electricity. And this morning, the router wasn't on because my mother turned it off by accident, unplugged it. So, you know, I had to take matters into my own hands. And a Wi-Fi data, mobile data. I don't know how you say these things. You get 20 gigabytes per month, but those for next at £8. Oh my gosh, that's such a good price. What? Who are you with? Who are you with? I'm on Sky Mobile, and I got unlimited texts and messages. That's what I mainly wanted. And unlimited minutes. I get unlimited text, unlimited minutes, and I get mobile data. Oh, and it was the cheapest one I could find. It was £8 a month. I think that's like roughly how much I had to spend now, because it used to be like £6 a month. But then they did away with a 1 gigabyte data pack, so I had to go onto the other one, which is worth more. Okay, I don't want the copper, I want actual Liberator Gold. Is this it? Oh, there we go. No, that's... Oh, that's Retribute to Armor. Nice. It's technically a free network. Oh. I have to switch because my current network is... I struggle to get any connection anywhere. Especially hospitals. It's like my parents are just there with full mobile data. It's like, how do you have full mobile data? And the only place I ever go is to hospitals and doctor's appointments. Oh gosh, this paint pot is drying up quickly. Oh, there we go. Da, 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 da. Where is this? There we go. I'm Australian and pay $100 Australian for infinite mobile data, calls and text. Oof. $100 Australian is... Okay, I'm gonna have to translate this into Warhammer things. So people paid $80 Australian for a character in Australia, so well, that came up to around £34, £28 normally, £34. So 100 is going to be roughly about £42. Oh my goodness. I don't know how accurate that is, if someone could tell. A lot of things are super expensive in Australia. Oh gosh. Although for some reason everything is like not only super expensive in Australia but even more expensive in New Zealand. $100. You only pay 35 AUD. I wonder if some of this is like a regional thing in like different countries. Okay, what I'm thinking is I'll get the green glow going. I want to use moot green. If you don't know what the moot is, actually, you know what? I want to go with Warpstone Glow. That's the first one I'll put on. Do highlighty layers of moot green. And then I can use Tesseract Glow to try and make a glow effect, but there's no point trying to use a Tesseract Glow until I have the edge highlighting on the armor. Oh gosh, you two are dueling. Don't duel one another. You're fighting, Anthony. Okay, it's an even fight. Anthony just got a hit. Oh, Anthony's dodged. Anthony's got the advantage right now. And oh, can he dodge again, Anthony? No. Okay, French Puff, you're gonna need to dodge or that. Yeah, oh, finished off with a crit. That wasn't even needed. Oh my goodness. Anthony finally loaded his flintlock pistol. Okay, what do I want? I think I want a yellow. I don't have like any decent just bright yellows, do I? Yes, that will be good. Because there's another character here, another model that has an aspect. Not him, it's one of the scouts, the neophytes. No, this guy. Here we go. These two both have greeny glows to paint. Hi, Scribbles! Oh my goodness, long time no see, Scribbles. Australian economy is dying. 6.05 for a bottle of Citadel Coral White from a cheap alternative known as Gap Games. Oh no. Don't worry, it's not just Australia at the moment, it's the entire world. Actually, Europe has managed to maintain itself to some extent, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, it's the entire world. Partly because America is dying. It's collapsing in on itself. But a lot of other countries, like Britain itself, our government absolutely sucks right now. No one is happy with it. I'm looking at paint. But that being said, let us not talk about economy. Is the land still around? Yeah, the land's still around. It's probably working right now, though. I have heard Gap Games aren't they rolling at like 35% discount or something? Oh. Something like that. Oof. Wait, how much is Citadel paint pot's about £2.80 to £4 at the moment. Depending on where and how you get them. Most of the paints that I find online, I don't know about Gap Games, but most of like Army Painters and stuff are a similar-ish price, maybe a little bit cheaper. Plates into Australian dollars. I guess that's a similar price. What I came here for geopolitical debates, I've been lied to. You came here for geopolitical debates! Oh! What do you mean, did you lose your money? Oh yeah, if you do the slots and you put your sprinkles in, you only get them back if you win. Otherwise, you just lose your... As I said, you don't want to gamble. Gambler's bad. You lose your money, you lose your sprinkles. If you just watch the stream diligently, you won't lose anything. Ah, you're real yellow. That's a good yellow. Although I do like this Avalon Sunset. I kind of want to use this paint for a tank. Because I had a few tanks. When I made my first guard army, I read about how the regiments kept... do you like where the Space Marines got split into chapters to stop traitors and rebellions? Guard regiments got split in a similar way, in which you no longer had a single regiment that had both heavy armored vehicles, artillery, and
Gamba
infantry.
is great. Gamba harder. Winners gamba more.
No, don't trust Cuptle. But onions give you back half of what you pay for. But yeah, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, the guardsmen. So generally, if you... Oh my gosh, 777, that's a 4 times win for French Puff just then. Oh. Oh no, it's a 2 times, never mind. Oh gosh, this wasn't closed properly. But yeah. So what would happen is you'd have 1 regiment of infantry and they'll be supported by like a tank regiment and a mobile regiment and an artillery regiment. So what I did is I painted all the tanks a deserty yellow colour. Mostly based on what the Tau colours were, because I thought the Tau colours were cool. And I painted all my infantry in greens. And it was just, you know, to separate everybody up from one another. A few of the infantry were in yellow to represent like the commanders and so on. Isn't one of the top sprinkles people someone who's never gambled on stream? Okay, where's my file? My file. I need to find a file about this. Navy and Army is always separate. Yeah, Navy and Army is separate. But it's just so that if a regiment turns traitor, they don't have all of the firepower needed to actually fight by themselves. Like, they won't have their own tanks and artillery and stuff. They'll have to rely on someone else to support them. which makes it harder to turn traitor. Or at least that's a theory. In reality, a lot of guardman regiments don't follow that because it's just not viable to do very often.
I slot my winnings so if I lose I don't go under what I had before.
Yeah. If you want for, what's it called, for true winner's way, you take in whatever amount you want to go in with, and then once you start winning, you only use your winnings, but you only use half your winnings. So that way you always come, as long as you win initially, you always come out with more than what you went in with. Well, there's a good chance that you won't come out with what you went in with to begin with. You just bet it and you lose. So, if only the Emperor didn't name his son Horus Heresy, it's true. Oh goodness, so what was I want? I want to use a warpstone glow followed by this, with this to like add a bit of texture to the screens, and then once I've got the edge highlighting done, we can use Tesseract glow, which needs a really good shape. There are very few worlds that can make mixed regiments, although most notable ones are Krieg, Cadia, Foistran and Talan. No, there are definitely worlds capable of making mixed regiments. Not every single world is capable of producing their own vehicles and stuff. Or at least in any sort of capacity. But they're still capable of buying them from Forge Worlds. And a lot of planets will have vehicles either bought from Forge Worlds or just supplied to them by the Imperium. I mean, just because you are usually robots or whatever. I can't remember what I was about to say. Oh yeah, just because you can't produce your own tanks doesn't necessarily mean that you don't produce very good tank commanders. But I've heard different things about worlds being able to make mixed regiments. Personally, I think it sounds silly that a world isn't capable, that any sort of dense, well-populated planet that is mostly self-sufficient isn't going to be able to make a mixed regiment. That just sounds insane. Like, a planet Earth as it is right now could make a mixed regiment. Like, we could. I mean, right now we've got tens of millions of soldiers and tens of thousands of tanks and planes and stuff. It's like clearly any sort of world in the 40k universe should be able to. Those worlds that can often have nearby forge worlds, which is why they can field combined arms. But not every single type of tank, vehicle and weapon has to be produced on Forge Worlds. Foistran's, most of their weapons are produced by craftsmen on their own world, not by the Mechanicus. And a lot of their tanks are also produced on world, or at least heavily modified on world. Talern as well also has its own tank factories. I think that's like one of the big parts of their lore. Like that they were producing tanks in one battle that were immediately going into the battle. I think Gaunt's Ghost as well, even originally before the world got destroyed, they produced their own las guns. Most minor worlds will often only make dedicated formations, which then will be combined in deployment. Yeah. The combined armed regiments aren't meant to be occurring, as far as I'm aware. Like, part of the legislation of the Imperium says you can't have combined armed regiments, you have to mix regiments together. But Cadia, Krieg, Talon, Boisterons, and others all just go, screw that, we create a combined regiment because it's the only... Otherwise, it's just not practical. The facts of necessity more than anything, the Imperium would love to be able to output full combined arms, but Chaos would also love it. Yeah. The thing is the rule is, as I said, it's all it's meant to be a thing to stop traitor legions, or to stop traitor armies just fighting back, rebelling, and having all the different weapons they need to effectively siege and attack the Imperium. But the thing is it makes no tactical sense a lot of the time. It's just not practical. That being said, I do like the idea of like painting guardsmen in multiple different regimental colours to represent for having to use combined arms. Like
Heresy?
Heresy? No, there's no heresy here. Because, like, I like to imagine you got a whole load of guardsmen, infantry, from one regiment, and they're just like from one of the planets where they pay for tithe just by throwing thousands of conscripts into the Imperial army, because that's all they can pay for tithes with. Then you have like your more elite units are from a different world, where they're a lot wealthier and they supply specialized weapon teams and heavy weapon teams and stuff and artillery. And then you have like your tank regiment from a different world. But then all of your like mobile vehicles, your chimeras, again come from a different type of planet. So you might have like chimeras that are designed for swamps, tanks that are designed for deserts, infantry that are just barely equipped because they're just being thrown in, and then some specialized elite infantry that are just like wearing gold armor and jewelry into battle because they're from such a wealthy world. I just like those ideas are just really weird mixed together stuff going on. And you do see it. I've read more than a few stories where you got regiments from all sorts of different... They usually do, from named worlds, mind you. The ones everyone knows. Mardian, Boisterons and stuff. Just all working together on a single battlefield. Oh, who's your favourite guard regiment? I don't really have a favourite. I don't really like Krieg, the lore, too much. I find some of the lore really interesting. Like, to know where they came from, how they occurred. And I find the models kind of cool, but I don't really find the entire fanaticism very compelling. Cadens are kind of cool, but they're like the Ultramarines of a guardsman. I mean, that being said, Cadia stands just make anyone love Kate. Oh, hi, thank you, head pats, and hi, man. I'm painting all my Sicarans from the Mechanicus, the colours of a Forge Road of Metallica. Metallica! Cue metal music. Talons are cool. Talon are cool. I like the Mardian partly because I read a book where they, a bunch of Mardian were all marching in unison. And they're just like marching on the, not the battlefields, not parade field, on the base camp area. And then they got attacked from the air. And the first person to die was the commander before he could give any commands. So they just kept marching, like in formation, just in these long straight lines. And the commanders had all been killed because they were all together at the front of the pack. And so you just had these planes coming down, just shooting everybody just through and through. other main characters were, none of them had like the ability to command them, and they're from a different regiment. But then a commissar, who was like a named character from the story, came running out to basically finally gave the order to the Mordians to take cover, and only then did they take cover when the commissar came out, who was from a different regiment, but because he's a commissar he can command the Mordians as well. And it was like, oh my goodness, those guys are so stupid. But the entire thing about Mordians is that they're extremely disciplined, and they will follow orders to the letter, even if they knew it would mean their certain death. Oh. Before then, I never liked the Mordians, but you know, that just was just hilarious enough to make me like it. Also, the paint dried on my brush while I was talking. You can ask me something. But what else, Arthur? Mordian used to have pretty fun rules. They basically never suffered moral checks as they got +1 to leadership for every modelling based contact up to +3. That's cool. Foistrans I used to love because of their designs and the entire idea that they're from this cold planet and all of their weapons are specially crafted. But the more I read about the lore of the Foistran first spawn, the more I was like, I don't care enough. Oh, the chem dogs are really cool. For lore, I'm a bit meh on some of it. But the entire look of the chem dogs, they never had models, I believe. But you could make them from Necromunda. But the entire, if you don't know what they are, but they were saying that you have some planets just pay the Imperial tithe by just giving loads of soldiers over to the Imperial army. Yeah, that's exactly what the chem dogs are. It's a very poor planet, filled with gangs, and they basically just send the hungriest fellas into the Imperial army. And all of them hope to survive the battles, because if they do, they effectively can get paid. It's the first time they'll get paid if they survive. And like live long enough, either they can like go to a planet where, you know, it's nice. They're famed for killing commissars. Or infamous rather than famed. And commanders and stuff. That being said, it's very rare they go on full being traitor. They're called chem dogs as they're usually taking chems like adrenaline and stuff to make them braver and more fearless in battle, and sometimes stronger. They often use rudimentary weapons. I say rudimentary, crude, modified weapons. They'll usually modify their las guns. They'll come into battle with like improvised bombs and stuff, and things that they learned and picked up from being gangers. So often you see them with like auto guns or heavy stubbers, which they took from their own gang when they became soldiers, or took from a different regiment that they fought alongside. This being said, they also do have their own vehicles that are often just shoddily constructed or kept together. Cat. What do you mean cat? That's not a question. That's a word. That's a statement. The only thing with better leadership was Tyranids and Synapse, since they ignored it completely. Yeah. Sounds like Gene Stealer cults if it wasn't Gene Stealer. Kind of. They look really cool. They generally had, you know... I'm not a cat! I'm gonna watch a movie. Bye-bye! But yeah, they're kind of colourful. Like, and they had cool spiky armor and stuff. It looks a bit chaotic here. But with more of a punk ganger effect. Cool thing, or like Mad Maxer to some regard. I wouldn't say for necessarily my favourite, but Talon, not Talon, whatever they're called, the Firstborn, Gaunt's Ghost are okay. Penal Legions are pretty fun. Trying to think of some of the other ones at the top of my head. Catachans are cool. Like famous guard regiments. I don't know. Yeah, if you wanted to make chem dogs, you're best buying a mixture of Necromunda models. I'd say the Goliaths, Clan Escher, and Clan Orlok together would probably give you a good chem dog army. I did read about a while ago, it was a minor. It was like, I think they used for really old models.
Are they not the same people who made the Devil Dog Chimera variant? Pretty sure that was the one with the chemical sprayer cannon.
Might have been. Oh, what are they called? I'm gonna have to go to the website because I need to remember what these people post at anything updates now. More Necromunda. Cardor might be okay. There it is, Fansar, yeah. I saw a while ago one of the really old Imperial Guard codexes. I think they use like old Fansar metal models for them, and it was basically like a guardsman from like super advanced guardsmen where they had more Dark Age of tech and so on going on. I thought that sounded really cool. And all of their soldiers counted as Kasviken. Yeah, Clan Orlok would be good for chem dogs. These guys probably wouldn't be. But if you mix them with your Goliath gang over here and Clan Escher, you could get quite a good chem dog thing going on. Yeah, it is a Hellhound variant now. It's just called a Chem Cannon. It used to be a separate sheet. Yeah, I'm so sad that they removed that. Because I have 4 Hellhounds. And I used to use them all in a single army. Because I could. But on top of that, they removed Apocalypse Rules. So, Apocalypse Rules was basically you get unlimited of everything. And you could have like a squad of 10 Lehman Russes. It's like, that's what I used to do. Yeah, no, my favourite, honestly, maybe my favourite would be Space Marine Serfs and Auxilia. Because most of them use combined arms. Like, do you know the Ultramar Auxilia and the Ultramarine Serfs? You don't really see that in Space Marine 2 though. All the Serfs just are bare feet and wear robes that we see. But I'm pretty sure Ultramarines in multiple times of the lore, their Serfs have fought alongside the Ultramarines and they've been like in carapace armour with hotshot las guns and stuff. I might be wrong there. A lot of the lore I've read is quite old, and I might. You didn't find any movies? Oh no, sad. I'm trying to look for something new to watch. Maybe not new. Because I finished Gravity Falls and made the mistake of like.
How many Lehman Roos would you like? Let's see. 8 times 3 carry the 2. Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
8 times 3 carry for 2. That's 24. But what do you mean carry for 2? 26? Do you mean... I don't know. But yeah. And for use to sell, I think it was the old Lehman Russ kit. And it didn't have multiple turrets. It just had for 1 turret. But I know, no, yeah, it did have 1 turret, because if you wanted to make a demolisher, I think you had to buy a metal turret for the demolisher to upgrade it. Yeah, but yeah, if I used to sell a big box filled with 10 Lehman Russes. One day will be maybe make Lehman battle line and Ruby will go nuts. Wait, why do they need to be battle line? At the moment, you don't need to have battle line infantry in your army. You just need a warlord, that's it. So a character that can be used as a warlord. At the moment though, you can actually use a lot of Lehman Russes in an army. You can have 3 Vanquishers, 3 Exterminators, 3 Exterminators, 3 Executioners, 3... Are the Eradicators? Yeah. 3 normal battle tanks, 3 Demolishers. And I think that's it. Gosh. Executioners are the ones with the plasma cannons. Exterminators have auto cannons. Eradicator has the urban blasty cannon. Demolisher has a demolisher cannon. Battle tank has a battle cannon. Vanquisher has a vanquisher battle cannon. Are there any I'm missing? That means you can have 18 Lehman Rushes in a single army. Oh yeah, so you can take 6 of a single variant of Lehman Russ. Yeah, the Lehman Russes are different variants of one another. And it's sad that the Hellhound doesn't have variants, because I have 3 normal Hellhounds that actually have the old metal turret, and I also have... Unfortunately, the turret broke for it, but I have the melter gun one. It's very cool. I like melters. Melters aren't as good as they used to be. Before, it used to be if you're in melter range, you got 2d6 to roll for armor penetration. So you had a strength 8 weapon, which meant it wasn't that good at damaging tanks compared to like a strength 9 of a last cannon. Or was it strength 7? It might have been strength 7 actually back then, I don't know. But the big thing it had as an advantage was that once you're within half range, and it was only a short range weapon mind you, you rolled 2d6 armor penetration. And because it was AP1, you also always added 1 to whatever you rolled for armor penetration. So that made it by... It meant on average you would penetrate a Land Raider, and then you'd have AP1, which means that you'd get +1 to whatever you rolled for damage to it. So usually what you did, if you had armor 14 of a Land Raider, you roll 1d6 and add it to your strength. So a last cannon has strength 9, so to penetrate the Land Raider you need to roll a 6 to get 15. To get a glancing hit you need to roll a 5 to get 14. And anything lower will do no damage to the Land Raider. Once you penetrated the armor, you roll on a table. So you roll 1 dice. If it was a glancing hit, you roll 1 dice. On a 1, it does nothing. On a 2 or a 3, I think through shaken, so 1 weapon can't be used. On a 4, I think it was like it couldn't move. On a 5, none of the weapons can be used next turn. And on a 6, you destroy a weapon. And if there's no weapons, you immobilize it completely, so it can't move at all for the rest of the battle. And if it's already lost all weapons and it's already immobilized, it gets blown up. Yeah. Man, I don't own any models, so I have no idea what's going on. So, hi Vince, get the faux blade. Isn't the faux blade getting a plastic model or something now, I've heard? But yeah, for mount to gun foe, what you'd do is you'd roll 2 dice for armor penetration instead. So if you're armor 14 and you've got a strength 8 weapon, you roll 2 dice, adding them both together to your strength to see if you penetrate. The average dice roll on 2 dice is 7. So add that to strength 8 and it's now a strength 15 weapon. That means you, on average, you're going to penetrate a Land Raider. And then you had AP 1, which is armor penetration 1, which back then, the lower your armor penetration, the better. Now, well, it's negative currently that you do for AP, but generally not for bigger number. Technically, it's a lower number still. But what it meant when you penetrate, when you were rolling on those tables, where when you've got a glancing hit or penetrating hit, you just add 1 to whatever the result was. Penetrating hits had something similar. 1 shook their enemy vehicle or something like that, so that 1 weapon can't fire next turn. 2 would like immobilize it for a single turn. 5 would make it so it can't fire any weapons for a single... No, 3, sorry. 4 would destroy a weapon. 5 would immobilize it fully. And 6 would destroy it. Something like that. I might get the table wrong because it's been ages since I played with old rules. But yeah. It was pretty cool back then. I liked that. But have the old armor value stuff, but it did mean that vehicles were generally a lot more fragile than, let's say, a monster, which had multiple wounds. I mean, they only had like 4 wounds on a single monster, but still. Yeah. Okay, might actually get some red onto these little things. Yeah, so motor guns are really good back then. Motor guns now, they're kind of okay versus vehicles. But the main thing that they do now is because you got damage values of weapons. So for how many wounds they'll cause to an enemy. And motor guns, if they're within half range, they just increase the damage value by a certain amount.
I feel like you would like BFG and Titanicus. Gotta whip out the tome of many things to calculate how big a boom just happened in both.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Back then, blowing up vehicles could also cause massive chain reactions. And you sometimes had tank armies where they took up so much of a board, every single tank would be within range of an exploding other tank. And as a result, if you blew up one of them, there's a potential just to blow up the entire line, as one would explode, causing the other to explode, causing the one next to it to explode. It's like, oh my goodness. And people would purposely go into battle with an army like that in hopes that something like that would happen, because it's just, you know, winning doesn't matter as much as big boom. Oh, but yeah. What else was really fun? A friend of mine did for math, an army of Imperial Guard can kill a Titan with a knife. Do you mean just like guys with las guns? Yeah, pretty much. In olden days, they couldn't. the olden days, because you'd have to penetrate its armor and a Lasgun just would never be able to. If you play Lord of the Rings, Guardsman Army, not Guardsman, for strength, like wound calculations used to be like Lord of the Rings. Sorry, whacked a microphone. What did they do? Yeah, if something was over a certain like threshold of strength versus toughness, you would have to start doing rerolls. So you need a 6 to wound, and then you need to roll it again and get like another 5 or another 6 or something. And against the Titan, you're a Guardsman. Like against strength 3 versus toughness 14, 15 or 16, you'll probably be looking at, you need a 6 to wound, but you need to re-roll and get another 6, and then you need to re-roll and get another 6. If you get all of that, you successfully wound the Titan with your last gun. I'm not stinky! That being said, Guardsmen don't go into battle with just last guns anymore. I mean, you can't really do that, because your special weapons are free, so we'll be going into battle with plasma guns and melter guns, which are going to be much more effective against the Titan. And power weapons. I've seen a Warlord Titan get concussed, shunted backwards, only to crash into a Warhound, with sudden collision crumpled the Warhound's face and caused a Warlord to go nuclear. Oh no. That sounds bad. I've definitely seen some ridiculous, explosions of what happens with Titan. It's one of the reasons why Warhounds at one point were like considered the premier Titan. Because what you'd do is you'd run your Warhound Titan into the enemy's army. Because Warhound Titans were fast. You just run it in as quickly as possible. So if they blow it up, you try to make it go nuclear, so that it will explode the entire enemy army and not your army. Because that was the disadvantage of a super heavy equipment, is that when it went up in flames, it went up in big flames. Yeah, there we go. That's good enough. Titanicus, baby! Oh. Yeah, I don't think in 40k, at least any times I played Apocalypse or, Titan battles, there was a way to move an enemy Titan if it got hit hard enough. That's Apothecary, right? Also, Warhounds in Titanicans do have a habit of going pop. Warhounds hot dogs is the price of making a tiny reactor track. Make for good bombs though, yeah. How long have you been playing Warhammer? Since I was a little kid, I don't really know. The first time I ever played Warhammer was actually a really old, what's it called? It was like Heroes or something. It wasn't even called Warhammer back then. But it was like the earliest iteration of fantasy that they ever did before it was called fantasy. And we had it. And I played that basically since the day I was born. Or, well, could pick up a model and play board games with my family. After that, though, it was primary school or maybe just before primary school that I first found Warhammer and got into it. Then I played up until maybe when I was 14. Technically, I still had Warhammer long afterwards. It's like when I was even in university, I even bought some wood elves. For Age of Sigmar wood elves back then, mind you. Because they had stopped fantasy. But yeah, I still bought some wood elf models with the idea that I was going to turn them into fantasy models again. I never ended up actually ever getting around to building them though.
She remembers when Warhammer was the Temu Dungeons and Dragons.
I don't remember when it was because, as I said, that was like really old. I think it belonged to my father. Or maybe my brother or somebody. It was just one of the many old board games we got. Like, we've got a Monopoly set. That was, I think it's a first or second edition English Monopoly. Like, British Monopoly. And that comes from my grandfather. And we played with that when I was a kid. Yeah. I played, when I first got into the game, it was technically not 4th edition, but it was 4th edition. Because I read an old White Dwarf that belonged to somebody I knew. Well, it wasn't, they had it, but it belonged to their uncle or something like that. But it was all about the Battle of Macragge and, you know, Tyranids and stuff. So I then begged my parents to get the Battle of Macragge starter set, but 5th edition had already come out by then. Yeah, I think, what was that? Was that the Assault of Blackreach? But yes, I started with a Battle of Macragge and Tyranids and a few Space Marines, but when I swapped my Space Marines and my friend's Tyranids, I got massively ripped off. He wasn't really my friend. But yeah, I was just a little kid. Then I bought the then I started going to the Games Workshop stores relatively regularly. And I realised, oh my gosh, what's this? What's the Assault on Blackreach? And they're like, oh, it's got orcs in. I'm like, oh, orcs are so cool. And then I played orcs. That's when I started playing Warhammer properly. Before then, I'd only ever played with like kind of half made up rules, half actually reading the rulebook. Then I probably played until I was 14, and I finally got into fantasy at some point. I always found fantasy cool, but the rules too complicated. But then, like when I was entering high school and stuff, I was patient enough to learn the rules. I wasn't very patient still. And I got a vampire count army and some empire. And some Dogs of War. Dogs of War weren't even around back then, but I found the old PDFs online. And Age of Sigmar came out probably at some point. I don't know when. I wasn't paying enough attention to it. But then I first started focusing on my exams, so I stopped playing Warhammer pretty much. I just built and painted models every so often to relax. And when it came to university, I did try buying some models at one point, but yeah. And then I came back recently. Within the last... With VTubing, I came back to Warhammer. The stupid thing is just before I started VTubing, right, I had gotten rid of all my Warhammer pretty much, like all of the old stuff. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Because it was just taking up room and my parents wanted to make room. I was like, okay, you can throw away some of the Warhammer. I'll give it away and stuff. But yeah. So yeah, I've been playing most of my life. Alright, Cupcake, you gotta go. Bye-bye, Clockwork. How did I buy? Oh yeah, I think I got some wood elves at one point. Because I knew some people in for REF were into, you know, Warhammer stuff. A lot of them were into things like aeronautics, mind you, to be honest. I never really made enough friends there to actually play games with people. Have a good stream. Thank you. The biggest mistake she ever made was not selling it all. At the very least, she'd be rolling in money. Nah, most of my models were not well painted enough to roll in money for terribly done. It's like, as I said, most of my models were arts, guardsmen, stuff. Like, most of my vampires were not painted. The ones that were some of my best painted models, mind you, because the last models are painted. She could line, no. I could have maybe got some stuff on my Dark Eldar. They were relatively well painted. But yeah. I remember if I brought Age of Sigmar out though. And when they stopped allowing, I think I must have stopped not long after they stopped allowing us to play Fantasy in the stores. But I'm not sure. No, probably no. I was still playing after that. I can't. A lot of that period of my life, I don't really remember stuff off because unfortunately I had a mental breakdown. So I don't remember most of school, and as a result, I don't remember most of Warhammer from that period of time. Just a few. Like I remember from something about Age of Sigmar. I remember that they didn't allow us to play for Fantasy in the stores anymore. They did for a while. I remember I won a painting competition. I can't remember which one it was. I just know I won a painting competition for it with my Carmine Dragon. Why do I do that? Because they. How high Empire's White Bulk? After I finished my night model, my mum was like, "You ever think of making money of painting those?" My response was, God, no. But actually, surprisingly, if you can paint relatively quickly, as long as your painting's not super terrible, you can actually make surprising amounts of money from painting models. Because I have seen some people who do like commissions and stuff, it's like, their painting's not better than mine. They're quicker than me, but they're not better than mine. And but yeah, people are willing to pay for like I'm almost willing to pay for someone to paint my army just because I can't be bothered painting them. And that's what a lot of people, especially tournament and meta players, will do. They'll just be like, I need to paint this to a certain minimum standard for tournaments and stuff, but I do not have the time, I do not care about painting it myself. I also know a few content creators who also will just do that. I say no, I know of some. Because when we're talking about the process of like making some of the stuff, they often bring other people in. Some of them are people for commission, others are like other content creators. But yeah. Hi John, how you doing? If you have an airbrush, you can make money. Okay, money. I don't have an air, but I really want to get, I really wanted to set up like a workshop or something so I could like paint my Warhammer with an airbrush and stuff. And just have a better space for like making models. Because one of the issues is like why sometimes I don't make model, get a lot of painting done, is that I have to completely clear out this area a lot of the time. So that means the models are all put away, and then it takes like half an hour just to set everything up again. And then it would take half an hour to unset everything up. Okay, I should be working on the power weapon. I got the 2 colours I need here. I think it's, if I look at here, I think I did lines of Tassal blue first. No, not blue, but I have them off blue. And then I did Tassal blue over it. And then I did white lines on top of that. I think that's what I did. I'm heading to the gym now. Oh, thanks for popping in. I have a good time doing your workout at the gym. I hope it goes well. Oh. But yeah. It is surprising how much money can be made from Warhammer. Unfortunately for you, your largest projects, the ones that you'd probably really want done, are already partially painted. I do have a few ideas of how to paint quicker my models. Like my Warhound Titan, I'm probably going to use duct tape. I'm going to test this out first on like some cardboard. Well, maybe not cardboard, maybe just a piece of plastic or like some scenery. What I'm thinking is a quick way to paint them will probably be undercoat them completely in white. Or at least so certain areas that I want white are fully white. Then duct tape over all of the white areas once it's dried. Not duct tape. Oh, what is it? Masking tape. Masking tape for papery one. That's not as dangerous. And then paint black. Undercoat black the entire model. Move the masking tape so that the white is still white. And bing bang boom. That should like be a massive amount of the work I need to paint large models just done. And I'll be able to do that to things like the Repulsor and the Land Raiders. It's genius. I probably wouldn't even have to do that much. I could also undercoat it in white, in black, sorry, fully. And then just like put masking tape around the edges of the areas that I want to do white, and then just closely spray that in white. Trying to make sure I don't go beyond the masking tape areas. Just make sure you're not too up close to it, otherwise you're going to mess up the model. So yeah, that's one of the ways I've been thinking about painting some of my models quickly. And then all I'd have to do is like do the metal bits, do the wear and tear on it. And that should be much quicker than anything else. And then just like do some large washes on them. Before I do that though, I want to know if how easy or how well it would be to just like go with grey sear undercoat and then go with a black contrast over a grey sear undercoat. Because the issue with doing it undercoating white is that I think the white is just too bright of an undercoat for the contrast blacks to go over. Oh no, I'm using the wrong brush. I want to use my thinner brush. Most of Warhound is actually the metal. So, to a final third step in silver. Yeah, maybe undercoat it in metal first. No, actually, I probably wouldn't do copper colour. I want to do a brassy colour for the metals. So maybe undercoat it in some sort of brass undercoat. I don't know which ones are available. Oh gosh, one of the brushes is missing a head. Which one of you is missing your stuff? Which one of you who's missing your stuff? Is it you? Not you. Okay, okay, we've got zero. The zero. Oh yeah, also got 2 zero brushes. The treble zero. And the oh gosh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I just put it down here. Okay, base. None of the Citadel brushes have those things on them. Shade, this, Citadel, this. I just put it down. It was a double zero.
And go down the following route: spray white, mask the bits you want to keep white, spray black, mask, spray metal, then touch up with brush.
Hi back! Oh, French puff. Go down the following route: spray white, mask the bits you want to keep white, spray black, mask, spray metal. Maybe. And most of the metal bits are on the back, so I don't know. Warhammer Titan is probably going to be. Oh, here it is. Oh gosh. Oh no. It fell on the floor. You'll be back for the next one. Take care. Bye, Trashy. Hope your work goes well. Okay, I'm slowly bringing it back. Oh gosh, it's a bit broken. Okay, that seems to work. And there we go. Okay, I want the treble zero for this. Also, I found a glove on the floor that's not meant to be on the floor. Put it away and Cupcake. Yeah, my favourite character by far is... What am I on about? What was I on about before I lost my brush? I got very distracted. I apologize. Oh, your Warhammer Titan painting. How would I do that? Yeah, most of the metal bits are at the back of the model. So... I feel like maybe I should have undercoated it before putting it together. I wonder if a real Forge World Warhound can be done like a Titanicus model. Make the skeleton, spray that metallic, then spray for panels separately. I'm not sure. I know people often paint like Warhound Titans and stuff. Without putting it together. I don't really like doing that, especially with Forge World models, because you risk having some of the joints and connections having paint on them, and that paint will break before the bonds of the glue does. So you got. But that being said, a lot of people just pin the models together. So what they'll do, they'll paint it, put pins in it, and then glue it together. But that sounds like a lot of work that I don't want to do, so. The Mastodon tank should be easy enough to paint. Hopefully, she says. Knowing they'll be hellish. But yeah. I'm trying to think of the schemes in general that I can do that'll be very low effort. Like Eldar, I want to just spray white, throw apothecary white at them, throw very watered down known oil at them, then just do the soulstone colours, skin colours, hair colours, and add some orange and green shoulder pads and weapon parts to them, and maybe some capes. But in fact, just try keeping them as bland as possible. Any raised detail like goldy thing that would normally be painted with gold, nope, they're just going to be white too. Oh yeah, and then paint all the Tyranid bits on them. It should be easier to do a yellow paint over white. That should be fine.
Painting the mastodons should be really straightforward. Just go down to the local B&Q or home base and get a paint roller.
I mean, yeah, I am going to need some large buff. Well, that's one of the things I actually thought about. You know, actually just painting them mostly using spray cans would probably be easy. And then just do the rest with... Then the rest of the details are smaller details that can be just done with a brush. I say details, it's like your weapons, your sponsors, sponsons, not sponsors. Which that. My easiest, or maybe most difficult to paint model... Oh, that's one thing I thought about painting more on my Warhound Titan. Are the camo Warhound Titans, do you know... where some of the Phobos Marines have this ability to camouflage into the surroundings, like their armor will do all stealth things and change its texture and stuff? Like, do Warhound Scout Titans do that? Because that'd be hilarious if we can. Because I was thinking maybe of painting the lower half of the Titan to look like a destroyed landscape. Because I'm gonna have it marked. I'm still looking for, you know, air dry clay that's affordable, that's not sold out anywhere. Because everywhere is sold out. Even the local garden centre sold out. But yeah, I'm thinking about getting some air dry, you know, clay stuff. Like maybe a polymer clay, I don't know. Building up a base, putting some ruins in that base around the legs. Partly I want to do that just so it sticks to its base better and doesn't fall over or break it. And then what I'll do is I'll spray the entire bottom in like grey and throw the just like known oil and agravax of shade over it, like, and just some metally colours. And then draw with a brush just some lines on it to look like building lines and like silhouettes. And do the exact same thing to the base so that it looks like the Warhound is camouflaged into the area, except for bits that go above it will be painted in the Black Templar colours and like the typical weapon stuff, and it just be like hot. And then where it changes,
the Warhound
like...
Titans do not have Indomitus Rex camouflage. No.
Oh.
Wait. Legio Solaria does, although I think that breaks if you look at it.
It breaks if you look at it. Although what I was thinking is like paint some blue lines along the edge of where it goes from camo to the main body of a Warhound. Like, that would be cool. And even if that's not the case, imagine if a Black Templar just upgraded it. I like the local Astra Militarum, not Astra Militarum.
Let's go gambling.
Don't gamble! Let's go gamble. Oh, what's that from? There's a game of some kind, and they say let's go gambling, and it's just like this really teen voice saying it in a very weird manner with like synthesizer stuff. It's like, let's go gambling. Oh, I'm trying to remember. It's like a kind of semi-horror game, but not horror. Is it the game where it's a teacher coming after you with, you know, a stick? Body? Is that what I'm thinking of? Body's basic. Called Chameleon Shielding. I think it makes you -1 to hit until you take structural damage. So it literally breaks if you look at it. But I mean, if you're not paying direct attention to a Warhound, it could sneak very close to you. I mean, a Warhound sneaking that close to you before you notice it. It's like, wait. You know, that's a bit worrying. I'm just sad that my Warhound only has the plasma gun and the Vulcan Mega Bolter. I know that's like currently like a sort of meta build for them. I say meta, that's like what people claim to be the best build. But I like turbo lasers. I like the big laser guns going. So I put in 50 and gained 100. Did I get back my 50 plus? No. You put in your 50, you lose that money, and then you gain 100. So you gain your 50 back, and you gain 50 more. That's how it works. What you have to think of is that when you put your 50 sprinkles in, you spend your sprinkles, and then you just get the winnings afterwards. You don't get your money back. You just get your winnings. My favourite dwarf structure is the Hall of Remembering. Is that a structure that's just painted full of grudges? Or is it a structure that's actually filled with like the gods and ancestors? I like how the dwarves hate undead and stuff, right? And they hate magic. And then they have the ghosts of their ancestors literally helping them out, thanks to their runesmiths. It's like, what the hell, dwarves? What the hell? It's not undead. The ancestor spirits. Like, that's what a ghost is, dude. But they have a mind. Yeah, that's what a ghost is, dude. To be fair, Warhounds can operate in squadron and share their void. So if you got 3 Warhounds all at -1 to hit and basically always shielded, they can get way too close to comfort. Oh my goodness. That is definitely going to be how I'm building my Warhound Titan. I can't wait for Imperial Knights to get the new Warhammer, the new Knight. Because isn't the new Knight a Plasma Knight that we're gonna get? Because I want to put it in my Plasma detachment. All Space Marines meant to have access to their own Titans and their own things. Just beat French Puff. French Puff, you're not getting very lucky today with combat, with the dueling. Vince actually has a proper revolver. In reality, he hid it. What's this, sorry? In reality, he hid it in the high shelf, which paused the reckoning for a bit. Oh, the high shelf. What's the story of a purple shoulder pad of a black Templar? Hi, Ivan. Oh, the purple shoulder pad. Each of I'm building 30,000 points ish, probably a bit more now, of Black Templars. And they're split into 10 detachments for this one crusade that's being run by Aladaric. And he keeps the detachments. So you can tell who's in detachment by the colour of the shoulder pad. So if you're in the first detachment, one of his shoulder pads, it doesn't matter which, just one of them has to be blue. And if you're in the 5th detachment, which is a mobile detachment, they will have a purple shoulder pad. Yeah. That's how it's going right now. It's just a way to differentiate. Also, it helps differentiate our crusade from other Black Templar crusades. Along with the fact that we use blue guns and not red ones and blue capes. You're rolling in devastating wounds. Is it custom by yourself? Yeah.
Legio Solaria are also the obligatory girl boss Legio with an abnormally high amount of women as the princeps.
It's
Why?
Legio.
Can't remember. No book.
It's Legio, not Legio Cuptle. That sounds cool though. I want the girl boss Legio. No. But yeah, these Black Templar don't really like following many of the rules. Even that other Black Templar do follow, or some others. For instance, they have access to their own knights. They're not part of a knight household, and they have access to their own Titan, which isn't part of a Titan house. They say they found it, finders keepers. And by they have access to it. It serves directly under the Templars. I mean, it's not run by a Space Marine, but it is run by the Templar serfs and the Mechanicus that fight alongside, well, work alongside my Templar Crusade, you know, the ships and stuff. Okay, that's looking a bit power weaponry. I'm gonna have to go and make some more new lines of lighter blue again, though. And then get the white on it. Oh. You have to be psychic to be a princess. Oh, Finns and French Puff again. Oh, that's a crit on Finns. Oh, but Finn's critted back. Oh, French Puff dodge. French Puff is winning. Oh, no. He's getting you to defend. Oh, you have to get a crit here. You did get the crit. Okay, you have to dodge. You didn't and fell to a crit. Ooh. No, just strong of will. Yeah. Yeah. So, I wonder if there are any examples, though, of in canon. I imagine there must be. Of, you know, Space Marines having their own. Like, there's definitely canon of Space Marine having guardsmen who work directly under them. You've got the Ultramarines of the Ultramar Auxilia. And Planetary Defense Forces. You've also got canon of Space Marines ruling planets. Again, Ultramarines do that. Baal is relatively similar. You do have those who work directly with the Adeptus Mechanicus for Iron Warriors, but they're more of they're best described in 40k as a chapter that belongs to the Admech. Or at least one of their successors definitely is. No, one of their successors is definitely an Admech chapter, effectively. The Iron Warriors do work closer to the Admech, but aren't quite effectively belonging to them. You do have the space rules, which break a lot of weird rules. You have guardsmen who make their own equipment. Like, they don't use forge roads at all. None of their equipment's even touched by a Tecma priest before it arrives. They're made by craftsmen and engineers. Which Admech aren't very happy about, but there's not much they can do about it right now. I felt like Nick for a second, but again, I've seen worse ever since the infamous botched ambush of a Star God defense. But what's that about? A Star God defense? So, by the way, I'm waiting for the contrast that I just used to dry. Okay, maybe I don't need to paint more lines. No, I don't need to paint more lines in light blue. I can just get the white onto it. Okay, where's the Codex White? Here it is. Oh yeah. I love my crusade though. It's like on one of the edges of the Imperium.
Legio Presagius, the true messengers, are literally the Ultramar Legio. Yes, they work with the Smurfs. They were even at Galth during HH.
That is an entire house that basically serves under the Ultramarines. Yeah. I'm thinking because my Templars are like the very edge of the Imperium with their crusade, like far from pretty much any civilization or reinforcements, they basically use the crusade rules of we found this stuff, we're utilizing it in our own way until we can get, you know, better connections to the rest of the Imperium. That's their excuse. It's like, what do you mean you're far away? You're literally 2 days away from Terra. Like, no, we're super far away. It would take too long to connect to a house.
And yes, the GSC, if I remember, are infamous for having a 50-50 chance to fail ambush, and Nick failed all of them for the entire game.
Oh gosh. How do a Gene Stealer cult fail ambushes? Gene Stealers can't fail ambushes. They are the ambushers. Gene Stealer cults have a very weird rule. Do you know what the Gene Stealer cult rule is, for those who know it? When they lose units, at least when it comes to, I think, battle liners, it all units, they can come back. Like, they basically get put into reinforcements. And they can bring back the units again later. It's like, what the hell? I mean, it doesn't actually represent the unit getting back up, it just represents them having more numbers coming in to reinforce. But it's like, whoa. That's crazy. Prestigious. They operate out of Ultramar, and if Ultramarines ask for Titan support, they probably want Prestigious, but they get whatever is available when it comes to Titan support. Ooh. When it comes to houses, can new houses be made? Like, if you liberate a world and it turned out that they have the capability to make and maintain Titans, would that get taken over by one of the Legios? Or would a new Legio be made for it? And similarly, would Knight get a new Knight household?
Fighting 2,000 points of Gene Stealer cults isn't fighting 2,000 points. It's fighting 1,000 points, then another 1,000, and then another 1,000.
It's true. But Gene Stealer cults are actually really quite devastating. It's like they aren't to be underestimated. Because like their basic infantry, because they got so many characters, their basic infantry can become absolute monsters. Like they get a lot of shots, but then you find out that they can get lethal and devastating hits, that they can improve their crits to like 5s or 4s. And it's like, you can get just these squads where on average they should just be able to kill a Baneblade in a single round of shooting. And that honestly is absolutely insane. Okay, how's the power weapon looking? Not that great. I want to get this right. Drukari wish they were this bipolar. They hit like a truck but get folded like origami. Yeah. Drukari used to be like that. The main thing about what they had was Dark Lances. Dark Lances were one of the best weapons in the game because they effectively, well, the Dark Elder were basically a heavy stubber. You could put them on any vehicle if you had like a pintle mounted option. I mean, it was like the equivalent of a pintle mounted option.
I thought that no factions are bad, and for example, the root of their good sides and bad sides.
No, there are bad factions. Tyranids are an evil faction. Chaos are an evil faction. There are people with good intentions in Chaos. But Chaos itself is evil, and even for going into Chaos with the best of intentions is going to lead to bad stuff happening. Tyranids are pretty much evil. They want to destroy and eat everything. And on top of this, the hive mind is sadistic. There's been multiple instances of a hive mind showing its sadistic.
Especially when if the GSC have the range disadvantage, a couple of Forger Fiends can wipe an entire GSC squad if they positioned right.
Yeah. GSCs can get wiped pretty well. That being said, Forge Fiends are one of really, really powerful. They can wipe out Space Marine squads if, like, a single Forge Fiend can wipe out a squad of Space Marines. They've got 3 plasma cannons effectively that fire multiple shots. Each of those shots can kill a Space Marine. They all get blast. There's not much in the game that a couple of Forge Fiends couldn't annihilate. You have to put yourself in cover. That being said, Genestealer Cult isn't necessarily going to get much advantage on cover against the Plasma Cannon, because you just don't have a good enough armor save to begin with. But that's why you put your block line of sight, and need line of sight blocking terrain in the game. Oh, trash, bad armies. Black Templar were considered kind of bad because they had poor win rates. This is partly though just because of how people play Black Templar. That being said, the new codex really leans into the actual Black Templar playstyle that people want to play. And also, it's just really powerful, even if you're not playing into a typical Black Templar way. Like, as snipers at the moment can move 16 inches and shoot in a single turn. And they can have sticky objectives on them. They're insane. But yeah, Deathwatch and Imperial Agents are probably the 2 worst armies in the game. Imperial Agents, because they just don't really have a proper army for themselves. They've got a few cool units that are really nice to ally into other armies, but they don't really have enough there to make a decent army. I mean, they'll be fine if all the fighting is infantry, mind you. Deathwatch also struggle quite heavily because they, again, it's the same issue. They just lack stuff. Deathwatch being anti-Xeno specialist, meaning their rules literally don't work against some factions. I'm not sure what the Deathwatch rules are right now. I thought they were full of like anti-infantry.
What I mean is no faction is trash in Warhammer, all have their specialties.
Do you mean in lore? Or do you mean in tabletop? Because in tabletop, in terms of how trash they are, Imperial Agents are just absolute trash. They don't have a specialty. They'll be okay going up against just an infantry army, but that's about it. And they're not going to be good at it, they're just going to be okay at it. Now, Imperial Agents in lore are incredibly effective at what they do, but Imperial Agents...
Oh god, I keep forgetting the mistake known as Imperial Agents. Yes, my army rule is I can be allied in. Knights laugh and allying sub-rule.
Imperial Agents are really good for if you're trying to build a lore-based army. On top of this, they do have some really cool units that can fill the gaps in some armies. That being said, all the new codexes have filled a lot of those gaps. Like, Guardsmen got the Krieg Engineers, which is just way better than having Imperial Navy Reachers or Arbites. And before the Engineers came out, there was actually a reason to have Navy troops or Arbites in your army. For other reason you might want an Inquisitor though is or Inquisitorial Imperial agents. If you can put an Inquisitor into your unit, and that's pretty cool. You can also now use them to get Sisters of Battles and Grey Knight squads in your army, which is honestly pretty good. Getting I think you can get a Grey Knight Terminator squad now in Guardsman, which is not going to be the greatest thing ever, but it can fill a little bit of a gap in terms of elite armored infantry. Not sure it's exactly meta.
Not to mention that reworked GSC have the new mission rule, Brood Brothers, which can be paired with Astra Militarium assets which eliminate T.
Yeah, that's cool. I do like Brood Brothers. I like Kroot, but I don't know if they were a bad faction to play. No, Kroot are a really good faction to play with. I mean, playing them by themselves as just Kroot without any of the Tau support, you will struggle a bit because they lack big units. But I have seen a couple of armies that did really well in tournaments that were just mostly Kroot, and they just threw loads of Kroot hounds at the enemy to just mess them up and hold them down, while Kroot Shapers and I can't remember what the different Kroot units are called, while other Kroot moved out to really capture the board and destroy certain units. But if they lack any sort of really big gun or really big melee threat at the moment to deal with vehicles, as far as I'm aware. So if you want to play Kroot, you will have a bit of an issue there. You're best getting a couple of Tau broadsides to support you. That being said, it's been a while since I looked at the Tau Codex, so I could very well be wrong. New Canese mean? Nuisance. Oh, nuisance. It means that they're annoying to deal with. Kroot and Crotex are not only meat shields, but they can be a nuisance at your melee range. Yeah, Krotox are kind of big, but they're not really big. They're not like tank killers big or dreadnought big, which in modern 40k you need something like that. Or if they're not like a big thing, you need a big killer. Like normal Tau, they have rail rifles everywhere, which are very good at, hitting stuff. They don't carry for weaponry, although I'm also thinking of 2,000 points. 1,000 points of Kroots is probably very good, depending on points per model. Kroot are very good in melee, but if you're not fighting Space Marines, most armies are not going to do very well in melee with Kroot. Kroot are also not actually bad in range either. They're not as good as the Tau, but they are surprisingly good because they got a decent strength for weapons. So they can get a few different weapons now. Your characters are also pretty good in melee. Oh, actually, no, I think you got that one character now that can pop tanks, on for big mount. So he might be good. What else do Kroot have? Your Krootoks are good in melee, and they can also be very good at dealing with, their guns can smash up elite infantry like Space Marines. Krootoks can kill Space Marines. You can also get squads of 20 that, as long as you're not fighting World Eaters or... what's it called? Black Templar? Your Kroot should be able to do a significant amount of damage in melee to Space Marines if you do go with big 20 blobs to throw at them. Krootoks are also very tough, so they're very difficult to deal with for the enemy to just shoot down before they become a major threat. This doesn't mean they're great. Groot would be very good in combat patrol though. There's not many big things to deal with in combat patrol. I don't know if there is a Groot combat patrol army. Or if you can make Groot combat patrol armies. I'm not really sure how combat patrol works. I know that a lot of combat patrol, that there's a lot of data sheets where you're specifically given an army that you have to use, and you can like make some variation changes on them. But I don't know if there's anything like that for Groot. 1,000 points, you're unlikely to see a lot of heavier models, so having good to decent amphibious power at a good cost per model is perfect. I'm not sure that's true. Because 1,000 points is enough to throw in, like each of my, in my Chaos armies that I've written out, each of them have 2 armigers in them. And 1 other vehicle. So the Nurgle army has 6 Plague Marines, 5 Havocs, 5 Terminators, a Terminator Sorcerer, 2 Armiger, not 2 Armigers, 2 War Dogs. I keep wanting to call them, why do they call them War Dogs? I already had War Hounds, it's confusing. And a Hellbrute. Okay, that's not a very good army. Because it would struggle at capturing points. But the Slaanesh army is, not Slaanesh, the Tzeentch one's better with 10,000 Suns, 10 Nemesis Claw, 5 Havocs, 2 Armigers, and a Predator tank. Not Armigers, War Dogs. And a Sorcerer. Guardsmen at 1,000 points are definitely going to be throwing a lot of tanks at you. They can fit a good few tanks in that points range. Space Marines might not throw that many tanks and vehicles at you, but you're probably going to get at least 1 Brutalis thrown at you. My Garfists. Oh yeah, the Slaanesh one has a Mauler Fiend in it. My World Eater army will have a Demon Prince, Lord and Juggernaut, and a Mauler Fiend to deal with at 1,000 points. My Orcs will have a Death Dread, 3 Killer Cans, a Boom Buggy or whatever it's called, and what else is there? Is that it for vehicles? Death Copters as well. Yeah, and Mega Knobs and stuff. So, yeah, there are a lot of very big, tough things that you'd have to fight at 1,000 points. Not every army is going to do that. For instance, Votank can't really put out much in the forms of vehicles for 1,000 points. I think the only vehicle you're going to really see at that level in a decent army.
If the enemy has a lot of heavy armor, it's a case of holding out for as long as possible. If I remember, that's something Groot are good at.
Potentially. Actually, you know what? I could actually do something right now. We have a website, but that's not what we're going to look at. New recruit. Because trying to remember Groot off the top of my head is not going to be easy. So where's my Tau? So first things first. Now, you know what? Actually, let's create a new list for Groot. Xenos, Tau Empire, Groot at 1,000 points. Where you turn off Legends and unaligned forces. There we go. Battle size 1,000 points. Detachment. We'll go with Groot Hunting Pack, obviously. And then we got characters. So let's look. You got the Groot Lone Spear here, who will be our Warlord. he can get an enhancement, which will be... Wait, where are enhancements? Okay, can only have a flock enhancement, which boot model only. Ranged weapons equipped by this model have ignores cover, and enemy units that are set up on the battlefield as reinforcements can't be set up within 12 inches. That's pretty powerful. Okay, and how good is he in combat? So he's toughness 5 with 6 wounds, 12-inch movement range. He's got Scouts, Lone Operative, Stealth. That's pretty powerful. So he's got -1 to hit him. Lone Operative means that they can't shoot you if you're within... Yeah, unless you're within 12 inches of them. Scout, 7-inch move. His main long gun attack has precision. It's strength 6, AP -2, damage 3. Not going to be great against vehicles, but will be great at dealing with Terminators, heavy infantry, and characters. In combat... Oh, he does kind of suck, actually. He's a ranged character. Oh my goodness. He's only 90 points, though. That's pretty powerful. I've only got these Flesh Shaper guys, which gives sustained hits in melee and feel no pain. That's very good at keeping people alive. Oh, that's what we just looked at for Lone Spear. Trail Shaper. Not very powerful, but Infiltrator, Scout, Stealth. Boot Ambush. After both players are deployed for armor, you can redeploy this model's unit and other friendly crew. When doing so, any of those units can be placed in strategic reserves regardless of how many units are in there. Once per turn, when an enemy unit ends a normal advance or fallback move within 9 inches of this model, if this model is not within engagement range of one or more enemy units, it can make a normal move of D6 inches. Ooh. I've only got War Shaper. He's anti-infantry. Oh, Dart Bow Blade and Tri-Blade, Sharpest Blades. Yeah, they do struggle against Space Marines in combat due to damage 1 on low AP. Route to Fauna. Once per battle, at the start of a phase, you can select one friendly group unit that is battle shocked because it's no longer battle shocked. This is a way to get CP, so you definitely want one of these guys to get your CP, your command points. And you'll probably want a couple of Flesh Shapers.
I love my Trail Shaper.
And rather than making this guy the Warlord, you'll probably want your War Shaper as a Warlord. And you got a Trail Shaper, which allows you to be reactive. Ooh. Let's look. What type of weapons can we get? Oh wait, this guy can get a blast javelin. Ooh, okay, yeah. This is where he's good against vehicles. The Lone Spear can get the blast javelin, which is 18-inch range, D6 attack, strength 10, AP -2, damage 2, assault blast. Yeah, he can be very good at dealing with Space Marines at range. Hunting javelin gives you lance, which gives you +1 to wound and return your charge. Your Trail Shaper, what enhancements can you get? Nomadic Hunter. Add 3 inches to the movement of a unit. Remove characteristic models in this unit and range weapons equipped by models of that unit have assault ability. Oh my goodness, they can shoot on while they're moving. War Shaper can get all weapons equipped by the bearer have the precision and devastating wounds ability. Ooh. Now that's extremely good. Oh, for War Shaper model only. Ooh. Okay, can I have his Dart Bow, which is Anti-infantry 3+. That's really good. Devastating wounds on a 3+. And precision. You know what? No, that's really good. Flesh shaper. I mean, what enhancement could you get? Brute flesh shaper. While the bear is leading a unit, each time a modeling that unit makes an attack on a modified roll of a 5+, scores a critical hit. That's not bad. We'll ignore it for now. So yeah, these guys are okay. But let's look. We got Cupcake Conjuror. We got Cupcake Farstarkers. We got Cupcake Rain Painters, Cupcake Fox Riders, and we got Cupcake Hounds. There's currently no large Cupcake unit or Cupcake vehicle. And none of that is going to be Cupcake focused. The Cupcake Conjuror, she can have up to 20 of them.
Can we get an encore on the sneeze?
No! I was a high for the cash. Let's look at the Cupcake model. They can have a carbine or rifle. A carbine is the damage 2 weapon. That's got 18-inch range but only 1 attack. That would be good against Space Marines and the like. While the normal rifle is rapid fire, 24-inch range. So let's give them carbine since that's pretty powerful. And we'll give them one of the flesh shapers in this squad. Yeah, they can be attached to unit. Oh yeah, and while we're here, let's look at Ritual of Butchery. We need to look at our detachment. Detachment, boot hunting pet. There we go. Each time a Cupcake model from your army makes an attack, add 1 to the hit if the target of that attack is below starting strength. And this is an attack ranged or melee. And add 1 to the wound if it's below half strength. Not bad. Cupcake models from your army have 6+ invulnerable save against melee attacks and 5+ against ranged attacks. Okay, that's pretty powerful too. Because you otherwise have low armor on your guys, you only have a 6+ save. That means if enemies even hitting you for AP attacks, you're always getting a save. And all of your units have stealth, so we're always going to be at -1 to hit you. You all get scouts, so that means you can get closer to the enemy early on and onto objectives. If this unit has a starting strength of 20, you can add up to 2 leaders. Ooh, that's cool. But it cannot be 2 war shapers. If you do fish, after this unit is destroyed, the leader units attached become separate. At the end of your command phase, this unit is within range of objective you control. It becomes sticky. Okay, that's cool. But if you put one of the war shapers in here, you can get your 6+ feel no pain, which can become 5+. You've destroyed an enemy unit. And he gets sustained hits in melee. And you get 2 attacks at strength 4, which isn't bad. Wait, can you see stats on models on a website? Yeah, you can. If you go to new recruit, you can see all this stuff. Are you alive? Hi, Bloody! I am kind of alive, not really. Okay, let's look. What can these guys have? Doesn't look like they have options. Very many. Okay, they can choose. The special weapon can be a Farstarker. They can get a Skinner. Ignores torrent. Okay, so that's like a flamethrower. And we get a tri-ballast. Oh, okay, here we go. They do have an anti-vehicle weapon on their Farstarkers. It gets 3 attacks, it's only damage 1 though. Oof.
And now it starts to get out of hand. Army-wide 5 or 6 up in Vol, and you can get FNP too. These guys are getting stickier and stickier.
And they give you sticky objectives, so if they take an objective, they can leave the objective and it still belongs to you until the enemy captures it. Yeah, this isn't great. If you have a few of these, you could destroy a vehicle, but damage 1, it does struggle. It's also only 5+ to hit. Well, we do get +1 to hit, so. But let's look at the Farstarker team. What do they have? They have Infiltrators, Stealth, Precision. Okay, Bounty Hunters. Oh, they ignore cover with this ability here, if they have a Pekra in the unit. At start of battle, select 1 unit from your opponent's army. Each tile model in this unit makes an attack that targets that unit. We have lethal hits and precision. That's pretty cool. You can use this unit as a result to just snipe down your enemy characters. Let's look. Their firearms are kind of meh. And for strength 4 weapons, rapid fire, it's not bad. They can get a Tri-Blast, which we just saw. It's an anti-vehicle weapon. It's low damage though. In combat, they're just as good as normal Recruit, but they do have 2 extra dudes, which is the Ripping Fangs here, which 3 attacks at strength 3 is okay. Ritual Blade, 3 attacks at strength 5. Not bad. I don't think they benefit from the Tau army rule, do they? Like, if we look at a Breacher team here. Yeah, they don't have the for great to good rule, so you don't benefit from the generic
Yeet
stuff. Ow, thanks for the yeet. I am the ferryman. I am here for you. What do you mean, you're the ferryman? I don't cross the river Styx, I swim across.
I always search up the stats of my models. Is there a website?
Yeah, New Recruit. I just told you, New Recruit. This website is called New Recruit. You can just go to it, or Warpedia. I say New Recruit's easier though. And you can also get an app on your phone. Yeet, perfect sync yeet. Stop throwing stuff at me. Your Crew Tox Rampages are here. They don't have any options. They can just be these guys. Let's look at them. In melee for strength 6, AP -2, damage 2, extra attack, sustained hits, and you got the lance hunting blades here, which get +1 to wound. So yeah, these guys would be pretty good against Marines in combat. Boot line break, they get scout, which is okay. Each time this unit ends a charge move, selects 1 enemy unit with engagement range of it. Then roll 1d6 for each model in this unit that is within engagement range of that unit. For each 4+, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Ooh. If 1 or more enemy models are destroyed as a result of those mortal wounds, the enemy unit must take a battle shock test. So yeah, these guys would be really good against pretty much anything in combat, especially Marines. And with that charge, maybe they could do some damage to vehicles. Especially if you go with a larger squad of 6 of them. Butox Riders. They can have a Tangle Cannon or a Repeater Cannon. Repeater Cannon is strength 7, AP -1, damage 2, rapid fire 2. It will be okay against lighter vehicles. Warpedia for just straight update to see each new recruit as a list builder can help you figure out what you want. Yeah, next Luma stream when I don't know, Ryo. Oh, so hi, Ryo. Not this week anyway. Maybe next week. I didn't know if we were going to release a new character last night. And I managed to get it on the second roll. Oh my goodness.
If you can get one Warhammer character / species as your boyfriend, who would you choose?
None of them. Tangle Cannon. Tangle Cannon, D6 + 1, strength 4, strength 6, blast heavy. Yeah, Tangle Cannon looks like an anti-infantry weapon, it's okay. But let's look at the Cupcake Rider rules. Pack mates. Once per turn, if your opponent's shooting phase, when a friendly infantry model
I choose Groot.
As the target of an attack, one unit from your army has this ability, can use it. If it does, that enemy unit has finished making his attack. That unit with this ability can shoot to your shooting phase, but then resolve this attack. It can only target the enemy unit. What? Oh, wait. So if you shoot a Groot unit, if your enemy shoots a Groot unit, these guys can shoot back. Yeah, you don't really have many good anti-vehicle choices in the Groot army. You're just going to have to just try loading up as many attacks as you can into them. Your models are pretty cheap though, so you can get a large amount of units. Hear me out. A very humble Ogun would make a very loyal boyfriend for life. I don't need a boyfriend. I need a caretaker. I don't understand how to use new recruit. I just want the stats. Go to Warpedia. If you just Google for your unit, one of the first things coming up should be for Warpedia, which will show you the data sheets. Then you got your Groot Hounds here. There's no real choices for them. Again, these are the type of things you just throw them at the enemy to pin them down. And this is probably what you're going to want to do to deal with enemy vehicles. Just throw some Groot Hounds at them. Just keep them stuck where they are. At the start of your combat phase, if this unit is within 6 inches of one or more friendly Groot infantry, but until the end of a turn, this unit is eligible to declare a charge in which it advances. Or if this unit is within 12 inches of friendly Groot character, objective characteristic of these models is 1. Yes, they don't really capture.
What was the name I forgot?
What's the name? You got Crutox Rampagers, Crutox Riders, Groot Hounds, Groot Farstalkers, Groot Carnivores, Groot Warshaper, Groot Trail Shaper, Groot Lone Spear, Groot Flesh Shaper. If you want to find out the names of your Groot, you can just go to Warhammer website. Go to Xenos Army Tau, and you can find your Groot here. Groot Farstalkers, Groot Trail Shaper, Groot Warshaper, Groot Flesh Shaper, Crutox Rider, Groot Rampagers, Groot Carnivores. There you go. No, for website New Recruit and Warpedia. Is the name. New Recruit is a website I was using. Warpedia is the other website. But anyway, how's this guy looking now? He's all dried up. Okay, power weapon is looking kind of powery weapon. I didn't do as good a job as I did on the sword.
OMG hand.
Yeah, hands. So on that website for a while, just been looking at the Groot. You know, maybe I'll do more of this stuff then. I feel like this is what I'm lacking. Calsar blue. You looking handsome, yeah. Is that underpants? No, I wear. So in my daily life, I just wear sleeve gloves. And so I just wear my sleeve gloves over my nitro gloves. I like sleeve gloves. I started wearing them because of eczema. To help protect my hand from the problems of eczema on my palms and on the back of my hands. Look like underpants from here? No. Because of what now? Eczema. Do you know the thing where your skin becomes all bleeding and peeling and starts to fall off because the sun's too bright and sunny? And there's onions and all sorts. I'm joking. I'm just pretending to be a vampire. No, it's just a skin condition. Doesn't affect me very heavily anymore, but that's also partly because I don't really do enough to make it bad. It's not necessarily
So,
just
you
dry
lose
skin.
all skin and you turn into an archlich?
Yeah. No, I don't turn into an archlit. Don't worry about it. There we go. How's that looking now? Looking okay. I might need to go back over some whites again. But it is at least a bit more a stronger sense of blue on it.
Will you post a close-up pic of your miniatures so I can compare to my own work, trying to gauge where I'm at?
A close-up of them. I do every so often. If you want to see... Here we go. This is what my current model looks like. It's not finished yet. But this is what the current model looks like. It looks a lot worse close up. Yeah, that power axe definitely needs more white on it. Yeah. You want to see if a Tyranid Buddha did the other day? A while ago. The other day. Months ago. Come on. It doesn't want to focus on the Nid. It's too scary. Yeah, this is the Nid I made. It's okay. Da-da-da-da. Oh gosh. Oh no, Felikash! Felikash. Uptown stage. I really like how you did the blue, yellow fade of a tail. Thank you.
Ugh, it's hideous, but in its own special kind of beauty. Ugh.
Yeah, it was based on how they do it on the website. I was trying to copying what they did on the website with pink and blue. Pink and white, sorry. If I go to armies, Tyranids. Where's their lictor? I was trying to copy something similar to this, just with more equivalent pink. It wasn't as good as theirs, obviously, but as I was trying to imitate. Briar's here! Hi, Briar! Ow! You've arrived! Stand ready for my arrival, worm. How you doing, Briar? Love heart to you. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go over with the white again. A horse is here! Yay, love heart. Oh my gosh, French Puff's about to be destroyed. Dodge, French Puff! No! Ugh. We're currently painting. I say we're currently painting. We've mostly just been yapping away today, talking about Warhammer. How have you been, Briar? Oh gosh, that was too much. So when I'm leaning down, I sometimes catch my earphones on my microphone. Oh, right, it's not standing out enough, I feel like. I'm so busy with work, you're dead. No, don't be dead, Briar. It's not good for you. When you're dead, you die. Vanilla oil craves to be spilled. No, don't spill vanilla oil.
Painting stream, now with 90% less painting and 1,000,000,000% more yappage.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, technically, it's a silly hand cam today, not a painting stream, so it's just that's what I decided on in the end. Okay, how does that look? We can barely see the yet. That looks better. Definitely looks better than before anyway. I crave to bathe in lawn oil.
Your figures look great, mine are a lot worse.
Thank you.
Is that the Templar insignia?
Yeah, they're Black Templars. They're my own little crusade of them, which is the Alderic's Crusade. Alderic is a marshal. Have you guys seen my marshal? Some of you have, some of you probably haven't. If you want to see what the marshal of this crusade is like, I'll show you. He was my first painted model when I came back to Warhammer, so he's not that great, but I do like him. There we go. Marshal Alderic. He wears Graphis armor. And he's got the biggest power claw. Yeah, you don't want to fight him in combat. He'll rip you to pieces. What's his name? Yeah, he's called Alderic. He's Marshal Alderic. Although he's not as good in combat right now because we lost the Mark of Sigismund enhancement. I still need to name all of these dudes. If you got any cool name ideas, they can be of any, you know, they don't have to be Romanesque or whatever. They can be any sort of name, as long as it's family friendly.
Carmichael, son of the damned.
Trophy for all handsome, thank you. She got the lightning pattern down pat, but her Night Lords are going to be so naked without it goes respectably screw that much line work. Yep. No, my Night Lord! I'm going to probably do it on my Cinchian Night Lords, but I'm going to avoid it on my other Night Lords. So, you know, I don't have a line work down pat. It's very difficult.
I'm painting a third-party Black Templar and I gotta figure out a name revolving around thick thighs, cause he got thick thighs, not joking.
Post down for Discord. Join for Discord if you haven't already. Chungus. Thunderous. Bio. Fire. Bob. You want to call one of the space... I'm not going to call this guy Bob. I'll call one of the Space Marines Bob. No, maybe we'll paint some names onto them after this. Carmichael, Dr. Tom, or Julianus. Ooh, those are all good. Gigantor. Oh, I just read them when you... Carmichael. I call this guy Carmichael. How do you spell Carmichael? Is it just Car, then the name Michael? Which I always read as Michelle. There we go. Ah, it's looking better now.
The cupcakes are gambling again.
They are. That implies they ever stopped. The cupcakes never stop. I tell them not to. But they're just like gamba, gamba, gamba. Gamba, gamba, gamba. That's what I like for cupcakes, you know. All of the times I tell them no, it's bad. They're just like, who cares? We're bad guys. I'm like, just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you have to be a bad guy. Oh, that was a very close fight just then.
Pieces of pastry flying everywhere. The cupcakes are indulging in levels of violence that'd make Angron concerned.
Oh, yeah. Like, I fear no man, but those cupcakes. Those cupcakes scare me. Oh, gosh.
You have no right to complain. You took out cupcake loans to gamble just last week.
No, I didn't. It's been Goldshy week in Uma Musume, so I don't need to take out any loans. They're just giving you lots of free carrots. Ba, 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 ba. I want to play that game again. You know, for one.
I am a puff puny creature.
Stop throwing stuff at me! I'm trying to paint. Gonna knock my hand out. It's gonna go everywhere. Ow! Stop it! There's a bear! What did I do to deserve it? I can't bear it. Yeah.
Null Noil yummy.
You're yummy. You're yummy, 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 yummy in my tummy. It's gonna go very far. Yummy, 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 yummy in my tummy. We're going to eat it all up.
Drink shades.
No, don't drink shades. They taste awful. I'm a puff. We turned you into a cupcake. Look at you down there, Puff.
The cupcake citizens crave violence in degrees of which the nation has never seen before.
Am I gonna have to like declare martial law in Cuptopia or something? Just to defend myself. Okay, there we go. How does this look? The top axe looks better than the bottom axe. That's when you were throwing all the stuff at me. But yeah, that looks more like a power axe now. I'm happy with that. Let's go on. Ow! Burn for witch. I'm not a witch! I'm not evil! Ah! Don't make me destroy you all. Okay, never mind, never mind. I've gone. That hovers boy ain't right. Yeah, it's true. Stop yeeting. Dodge. Ow! That's a bite. Ow! The head. Why do you throw bikes at me? Don't burn for witch. I'm not a witch.
You know
I'm
what would sort out the violence? A purge night, by which I mean a battle royale. My cutlass hungers for the jammy fillings.
I'll go and give you. There you go, 15,000 battle royale. There's 15,000 sprinkles up to grab. Go, go. Oh my gosh, so much damage has been dealt out already. I'm still alive. Tony for Tanuki. No, Tony might be gone soon. Oh wait, a health pack just dropped. Oh, there's exploding cupcakes everywhere. Oh no, I don't know what's happening. Oh, I just took a massive hit.
I am going to commit various war crimes. Who's out here throwing stuff at cats?
I'm still alive. No, I'm down. Oh gosh, you got K-Trax is around, French Puff is around. John versus French Puff. Okay, John's going after that health kit. Oh no, he's turned around. Okay, either of them could die here. French Puff fell. He was the second to last, but John lived and took a 15,000 points. And I'm not a cat. Don't call me a cat, Mrs. Itagonzo, a.k.a. Rick Redcorn.
Why didn't I grab the health pack?
You thought you could win without it. Oh, goodness. Whee!
Can we have a meow?
Evil cat is evil. I'm not evil. Guy, it done with a meow now. Where did I drop my paint? Where'd it go? Paint pot. Paint purchase. It's the same colour as the floor. The fluffy side is coming through again. Why do you think I'm evil? What have I ever done that's evil? Don't say it, Cuptle. Okay, do you think Russ Grey would be here? Good here. I want to catch only for raised areas with this. So I want to dry brush it with a double O maybe? Yeah, double O. Other than an oof. We're all cupcakes here. Even the poofs are cupcakes.
Cupcat Evil Incorporated.
There's no evilness here. Only potatoes. And lots of big old love to you all. Okay, I don't think Russ Grey is good enough for this. Maybe. Maybe.
Here one, here all. The evil one is here, and more than ready to brawl. Try to win, try to lose, no matter what, you will lose toes and get. Good God, this chat has derailed harder than you and the words housing market. Oh, God no. I have made a mistake.
A housing market. Oh
I am
my
going
goodness.
to commit various unforgivable war crimes. I will be once in every country screams in French.
No. You know, for housing market right now, it's getting even worse. Like how is £1 million for a house becoming the standard? Like, how is anyone meant to afford that? I demand war. Okay, calm down, French Puff. No need to declare war and stuff. Oh no, Chuckles was spent. Jumping jellyfish mermaid man. I smell heresy for what? There's no heresy here. Ew. Okay. Doing things like this. You think we need to remake the world's entire economy? Yeah, we should make it all. We should all work on with the Cuptopia economy and Sprinkles. Look how ritzy neighbourhood she is in, where houses are a million squid each, and yet she can't afford good mobile internet. We're not in a ritzy area, it's just that's what houses are becoming right now. Okay, maybe not a million quid each, but you know, they are starting to trend that way, crazily. And by starting to, it's not really starting, it started a long time ago.
I demand a wat or else Kirby plushie gets it.
A what? A war? There's no war here. Don't spam chat please, French Puff. I actually know a guy who managed to buy a house where he's in his late 20s, almost 30. I think so, I don't know if that actually makes it better. My friend recently got a house, but that's mostly because of inheritance. It's less of a house, more of an apartment. I know someone else, but he was like in IT and earning
stop
loads
it.
of money.
We all know you have a large front patio, a pool bigger than your thighs, and a 45-level basement.
I don't have a basement. I wish I had a pool for this hot weather. And I don't have a patio. Yeah. I mean, if you're in a job where you can earn very good money, you can afford these things. But if you're not in a job where you earn very good money, the things aren't really affordable at all. Like, even if you do save up. Okay, yeah, we're just doing the wear and tear of the armour here. And the armour. Very carefully. There's a big old gap in his booty.
There is no war in Cupcaketopia. Just ignore the screaming, and the explosions, and the cries of revolution. Look, we're having a moment.
It's all fine. Ignore it. There's no war in Basingzi. Ah. Look, that's not looking too bad for wear and tear and for... It's not really highlighting I'm doing here. Well, some of it is definitely highlighting. A lot of it's just meant to try and make the armor look warm. Got a doctor's appointment today. Phone appointment though. The There's a 2-hour period of whether it might ring me. Which is mildly annoying. Do some highlights here. Yeah. That helps. Oh. What's everyone's favourite chapter though? Like, I know some people absolutely love Trait to Ultramarines, or like Trait to Successor Ultramarines. I wish the TTS limit wasn't 104 characters. I'll add much more to that. I'd have called an infrastructure remodeling instead of a moment. I'm apologise. The main reason is like where people in the past have just thrown letters at it. Just like and then Cuptle just goes on for ages and ages. Like 5 minutes for it sometimes. Going I'm back. I am happy to declare that my mental state is stable again.
I am back and I am happy to declare that my mental state is stable again.
Yay, save. Rain. Rain. Give me a brain. How does that look? That looks not too shabby actually. Maybe a bit too much blue there. I don't know. There once was a mother called Pocket who sewed all the pockets for cat. The dresses no longer had any pockets at all, and his pants do miss pockets, but women don't have pockets. That's the most annoying thing about women's clothes. You don't get enough pockets. Hi Douglas, how you doing? Douglas Pendergraph. Tony won 125. Oh, nice. You got 1, 2, 5 sprinkles, maybe more for your life. Got 1, 2, 5 sprinkles, and another one for your wife. Okay. Maybe we went a bit overboard with some of that just then. But he's looking a bit better. You know. Okay, I want to do... Where are they? Specifically this guy, and where's the Auspex gone? Auspex. Is it you? No. Is it you? You. There you are. I want to do these two so that I can then go on to doing the glow from the Auspex. The lack of side pockets always confuses me. Also, why not just buy guys' trousers? But with a wallet, we demand side pockets because hi Nick the Salamander, hello. Because guys' pockets absolutely suck. Who even likes them? Oh, goodness. What's YouTube doing to me right now? Oh. Vote with a wallet, demand side pockets. Actually, I do have pockets on these trousers I'm wearing right now, but they are, what's it called? For loungewear. So you're meant to just wear them around the house. It's like, no, women's clothes don't have enough pockets on them. I mean, guys' trousers suck. You know, guys' trousers have big waists, but then like no, what's it called? Hip space on them. It's like the waists are too big, the hip space is way too small. I mean, I've tried them. I mean, I'm 6'4". It's sometimes you just have to choose whatever clothing you can get access to. That would, you know, right height. Very difficult sometimes. And I was tall from a very young age, so yeah. They're not really designed for women's bodies. Try relaxed fit. Yeah, but then it's like you want something that, you know, is a bit shapely at least. Best in cargo shorts, pockets for days. Yeah. I've all more women's clothings now having pockets on them. I wish more skirts had pockets on them. You can easily hide them, especially in pleated skirts. But and the annoying thing is where you buy like jeans or whatever, and they've got fake pockets on them. They've got pocket designs. It's like, oh look, it's got pockets. I've already tried using them. No, there's no pocket. It's just designed to look like a pocket. It's like, why? Why? Just give me a pocket. You absolute trolls. Gaslighters. I do have a couple of my jeggings though, like jean leggings, do have back pockets. And they're not bad. Hi, Dr. Smilex. Hello, hello, hello. Ba, 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 ba. We finally got down to the edge highlighting of the models. Oh gosh, I feel like YouTube is really glitching up for me at the moment. Oh gosh, no, that's not good. I need less paint to not brush. Oh no! Sword fell off again. Oh, whatever, I can do that a different day. The thumbnail looked interesting today. Yeah, I wasn't sure what I'll be doing on Handcam, building models, painting, just yapping away with a Handcam. We'd spent most of today yapping away with a Handcam on, to be honest. It was difficult to plan today's stream because I know I had a phone appointment, but they hadn't given me a time period of when it could be. It was just going to be at some point, but I finally got it after making the schedule. Hi, Bun! Bossin and Ash. Raw! And Scorpio's here. Hi! My day's been okay. We've been doing good stuff. We're currently, Mostly what we've done today is paint these little R-spec thing here. This little computer screen here, that looks terrible if I'm honest. And this axe, we've made it, we've done all the power axey stuff on it. It's like, oh, look at that. Yes, fingies. Fingies! Ah, has his fingies. Crab people, crab people. Crab people, crab people. Snip, snip, snip. Oh, my tummy is not good today. Yeah, his sword broke off. Ba ba da ba da ba da da. Ba ba na ba na ba na na. Tummy's making noises, it's hurting me lots, but I'm gonna paint this thing anyway. It's got a little on, it's got it over. Tommy's being painted. Also, I've just been randomly singing when I can't think of anything to say while I'm painting. And the lyrics aren't from any songs. I'm just like making stuff up as I go along. Making stuff up as I go along. That's what life's about. There's no right thing, there's nothing that's wrong. Just gotta try our best, it's true. What am I even on about? There we go. There we go. I forgot to do the highlights of the cross. Highlights of the cross. Wait, is that blue or grey? It's a bluish grey that we're doing. It's literally called rust grey. But it's got a little bit of a blue hue. I think it's really nice for doing Templar highlights with it. Da 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 da. There we go. That looks fine. Got bluish stuff to here. Difficult getting the good correct amount of paint that you want on your brush. With this type of thing.
Capcom will stare into us all while robbing cola from our fridge.
I want all your cola. Give me your cola. I tried selling cola to the mafia and then I stole it back from them. They tried coming after me, so I had to sell the souls to the highest bidder. And that's why there's very little mafia presence in the north of England and south of Scotland. Nothing to do with an economy so messed up, not even the mafia would want to be a part of it. Bum ba dum bum bum ba da ba bum ba da ba bum ba da ba bum ba da ba. Giving me cola, it's good for you. Giving me cola, so nice. Give me a cola and you live much longer because your cola will help me go. And if you don't give it me, I'll take it anyway and you'll live very short times. Cause I'll take your cola and I'll take your life. Cause I want cola too. The most disturbing thing is that I was never a doctor. I was Alfarius. You thought it would be wait, you thought it would be something would be your first kiss, but it was me, Dio. Is Dio an Alpha Legion guy? Is he Alfarius really? It would explain so much if he was. But it was me. Omicron Percy I6, I mean Alfarius. I kind of like the memes I do know for different chapters. But at the same time, I'm not a big fan of the memes. Because it causes the chapters to be flanderized in the fandom's eyes. And then when the chapter does something that's not part of a meme effectively, people end up complaining. It's like, why? This is literally what the chapter's about. You just guys just memed them into oblivion. Like 10 people mem Templar into just being extreme lunatics. Blood Ravens are just stealing everything. Same with Trisal. I mean, yeah, that is part of like the lore and stuff, but they're not that bad. But at the same time, the memes are funny, and it's like, oh. Is that a cloak? Is that a blue cloak on the Templar? Yeah, but this guy's got a blue cloak. He's also got a blue pistol. And look at that, pure use. Oh, and a power axe. Yeah, I don't really like the red and black appearance of the Black Templars, so generally just give them blue weapons instead, and like blue cloaks. Because I personally think it also just makes my Templar feel a bit more unique to me, rather than just the same as everyone else's. Hi, Talan. How many snipers do we have, and why don't we have more? I have 9 snipers. 6 of them are built, I think. Where are they? Come here, snipers. Oh no, only 3 of my Templar snipers are built. Here you go. Look at him. With his bolt carbine. Yeah, he can move 16 inches. I think it can have up to 9 in a single army. Maybe 18. He can have 3 squads of snipers. That's the rule. But I think a squad is 3 soldiers, but I think it might be able to go up to 6. Also, it's not necessarily the meta, it's just something people realised about Black Templar snipers, that they're faster than bites. And it could be meta, to be honest. I mean, having a cheap sniper squad just with sticky objectives moving 16 inches and shooting the enemy and having stealth is honestly pretty insane. It could definitely be used for it. At least in certain types of battles. With certain missions. Oh wait, put that to one side for now. Take this. And what is the meta? I don't really know. Black Templar are currently too new to really have a meta. And a lot of Black Templar players aren't really meta players. Their armies very much go against a lot of the meta. Or at least they try to make meta builds, but they are ultimately trying to do it in such a way that goes against the meta because they want to do... They don't like the idea of Black Templar shooting. It's like, but Black Templar can be very good at shooting if they want to be, because they are still Marines. Being said, we're not quite as good at shooting as we used to be, due to losing Oath of Moment. And we are better in combat than we used to be. Sacrifice people, sacrifices of the Emperor, yeah! Sacrifice them psychers. Why is it not? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Need more. Killing everyone is so much fun. We're gonna murder everyone. Do 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 do. Killing everyone is so much fun. They don't let it happen a lot. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah! By the way, nice gloves, Cupcon. Thank you! How much did you spend in total just for Space Marine kit itself with the points total you have? I have no idea. So a lot of my Space Marines come from 3 different things. Leviathan, Combat Patrol Magazine, and what else did we get? Leviathan, Combat Patrol Magazine. Oh yeah, and then a couple of different box sets that were relatively cheap. One of them was the Assault box set that I got 2 off. Then I got the Old Age of Darkness box of the new one with the Saturnines in. And I got a few vehicles. Probably a lot of money's being spent on them. Oh yeah, I also got like a load of my Marines off from eBay. From the Leviathan box. Like a load of Stern Guard. Because they're going super cheaply. Which liquid type you use if you don't use a primer spray as a base coat on a miniature before painting? I always use a spray. There you go, painted. Yeah. These guys were undercoated with Wraithbone. grey. The previous Black Templar, as in like these guys here, and this dude, was undercoated with Chaos Black. My current Tyranids, though, are being undercoated with Sandry Dust instead. Why is this not closing? What's wrong? Oh, that fell over. That's right. There we go. Sorry, my drawer wasn't closing. Chocolate chip and cookie nids. I returned from my homeward walk. What did I miss? This thing broke off and then I glued it back on. Also, I painted all this edge highlighting and stuff, I think. Oh no, I didn't do this hand. Oops, I'm a silly Billy. There's a whole lot of people in this world who want their head cut. There's a whole lot of people in this world who just wanna get cuddled through. But we throw bricks at the head, 'cause it's so funny. Oh no, why did it fall off? Don't fall off, you're perfect. There we go. The Black Templar is mostly black as a base colour because of armour. You just use black primer spray coat before painting it without needing extra black paint or black. You can do. I'm currently experimenting because one of the most difficult parts and time-consuming parts of Black Templar is getting the white correct, which is very hard to do and I don't get it correct. Which is one of the reasons why I undercoated these ones in white. But that just meant that trying to paint for black became all the more time-consuming. But it did make the whites easier to do. So I'm thinking next time I'm gonna try Gracia Grey or something similar. So I don't have to deal with that again. Because it's very difficult to do white on top of black. It's easier to do it on top of grey. Dark grey if you're using regular paints. Paint light grey for contrast paints. Yeah. I'm thinking if I go for one of the grey colours and just contrast paints on top of it, it should also mean I won't have to do as much edge highlighting as I'm doing now. Team Fort does 2 pyro fishing, but it's a gene flaw of some chapter or warband in 40k would be interesting. I mean, we do have the opposite of that. With Black Rage for the Blood Angels and many of their successor chapters, where they just see everything as hovers. It's like pyro vision, but instead of seeing the world better, it's just seeing your father's killer. Your uncle. You're seeing everything as your murderous that chocolate chip biscuit looks a lot like Horace. Nom 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 nom. Horace? Horace? Horace! Brother, yes, brother, you're looking, I must say you're looking a lot like Horace. When everybody looks like your uncle, you want to shoot him in the face. But you shouldn't really do that, because that's illegal. Instead, you sue him for all the work. Because don't you want your uncle to be bankrupt? Don't you want to take all his cash? Horace can do whatever he likes, but not if you take his money. Do. Please send Cupcake to the Inquisition for examination for her childish behaviour. Find any hints of heresy. There's no heresy here. There's just a little cupcake having fun. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, everyone. What are you gonna do? Eat a chocolate chip cookie. Actually, we got some chocolate chip cookies. They're full of salt and vinegar, cause that's what I put in them. They're just a salty, vinegary cookie. Tasty salt, tasty vinegar. Yeah.
Having your dad shanked by your uncle while your granddad watches is proper wild when you think about.
Nah, I think that's just like pretty normal everyday stuff. Like, have you ever seen Britain? And that's just like, if your uncle's not shanked your dad in front of your grandfather, have you really ever lived? And that's just a British greeting. That's how brothers greet one another. We're gonna give you warband leader stockings, fishnets. Oh no. Oh, that reminds me, I've got to get my Slaneshi cultist made. Because we got the Clan Escher box set. Where are they? Yeah, we got the Escher gang. And it's an excuse to have like a Night Lord woman. Thinking we could probably convert these gals to some extent. Like most of them would just be cultists. But one of them's going to be the cultist leader of a dark commune. And she's going to be a psychic character. Oh yeah, I forgot London and the North exists. Jumping jacks, go, go, go! He wants to steal your love. a guy named Frederick, and he's an evil, evil man. He said on his first holiday that he will steal your breath. And when he realized you don't like him, he was like, okay, that's it. Oh. I could put on a watch list of these random songs to come up with. Frederick is evil, Frederick is bad. No one likes Frederick, it's true, true, true. Frederick is evil, Frederick is bad. We're gonna sell his soul for cupcakes. Frederick sold your mother for 16 tubs of ice cream. 16 tubs, okay, 16 tubs of ice cream is a pretty good deal. But where are you going to keep 16 tubs of ice cream? You need a pretty big freezer. We're painting this. Is paint a pile of shame? Eyes closed. Okay. Hello. There we go. Snipers are pretty big models, I just realised. Like, he's a big dude. Pew! Ah!
You poor sweet summer child, you think the 16 tubs of ice cream are gonna make it into the freezer? Not while I'm around.
Cuptle, you can't eat that much ice cream. You're not big enough to eat 16 tubs of ice cream. It's bigger than you. It's not how physics works. Watch me. Oh goodness. How depressed do you have to be for that much ice cream in one sitting? You're either depressed or it's very, very warm. Witness me. Give me some please. You're gonna have to fight out Anthony for it or Cuptle, one or the other, maybe both. Give all the hugs to Cupcake. Thank you. Yeah, but that's the kind of thing we need to talk more about. Giving me all the hugs. Give me everything you got. Give me everything you've ever wanted. Give me all the stuff in the world that you think I couldn't have. 'Cause I'm better than you at everything. I'm the best in the world, it's true. The best at video games, the best at modesty, the best at being humble, yeah. That's one of my favourite jokes. Like, I'm so humble. I'm the most humble. No one's as modest as me. Yeah. Just be careful not to go overboard with this. Hi, Spartacus. Greetings from Mexico, little heretic. We're not heretics! Look! Black Templar! Also, greetings from the UK. How are you doing today? We're just doing some edge highlighting on this model. It's going slowly. Bam. Anthony just retracted his message. Oh no. Did you notice there's a man in the sky named Edmund? Why am I singing about men in the sky recently? Is it raining men or something? It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Oh. And I don't know the rest of the song, and I often accidentally switch to the I Need a Hero song. I'm gonna sing this one.
You ask how depressed I'd have to be to eat 16 tubs of ice cream. That's the trick, Cupcat. I'm always depressed.
That's a trick, Cupcat. That's a trick, Captain. I'm always angry. I'm not a heretic. I'm doing everyone a favour by stuffing this demon into the reactor core while face dumping Imperial Fist into the nuclear waste. Hydra within, Hydra without, Iron Dominatus. No! Don't throw our brothers into nuclear waste. Otherwise, why did we rebuild the chapter? Do you think that the Chaos Legions recognize the successor chapters as separate from their legions? Or do you think they just like look at the Crimson Fists and go, yeah, they're just Imperial Fists of a different colour? Good morning, Texas Spartan. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I got a very bad tummy, actually. Hurts a lot. I just want to finish these couple of models that I'm doing. Doing some edge highlighting on them. But also, we got R-specs and stuff, and I want to do some glow for them. Went Fate out already, I can't remember. What was that? Hi Nano Fate, sorry I missed you there. Oh, sticking demons reactor tower just gave me a brainwaves. When are Knights Codexes? Chaos Knight Codex is already out. And so is the new Chaos Knight, which looks really cool with its big chain drill thing. The Imperial Knight one isn't, and that means also trying to buy the standard Imperial Knight from Games Workshop website is currently impossible. But yeah, they have Plasma. I think the new one's a Plasma one, isn't it, for Imperial Knights? Because I want to get that. For my Plasma detachment. Where everyone is equipped with Plasma weapons. Except from a few sword brethren. That's a good part. Neither can I. Yeah. See? New Knight's main thing is that it has a forge shield generator. Ooh. Never knew that. I thought it was just a plasma gun. That's like a Titan shield generator. Not that a Titan shield generator does much in 40k. All it does is give you the same 5+ invulnerable that all the Knights have. You know, against only ranged attacks. Forge shields used to be so much stronger. And recoverable. So it used to be like, if you want to destroy the vehicle with a ranged attack, you first has to go through the forge shields. And sometimes they'd have like multiple forge shields, so you'd have to bring one forge shield down for the next one, for the next one. And for every single turn, they might just bring it back again. And it's like, what? Titans were insane. Not all Titans could bring the forge shields back once they fell, but some of them could. I think. Was that only the Eldar Titans maybe? I don't know. But now it's just a standard 5+ save against ranged attack. And it's kind of meh. I got that part. Who even wants a forge shield? Okay. Almost done here. Going to do the little edge here. Okay, I think that's done. Chaos Knight is the heavy flame. It's also got the siege drill on the Chaos Knight, I believe. I was hoping the new Imperial Knight would come out this week. Like this Saturday. But maybe it'll be the Saturday after. When I started, so 8th, Titans had void cells, which what amounted to extra hits in them. Say one shield had 5 hits, you'd get 5 failed saves before you take hull damage. Ooh, yeah, that was similar to... Originally, I think in armor value times... I can't remember exactly how it was. But you had hull points on Titans, so... Normally when you'd blow up a Titan, instead you just destroy 1 hull point on it. Although there were ways to destroy multiple, with like Titan killer weapons. Void shields though, I think that they were like in addition to hull points, and every time you take like damage on them, instead of rolling to see if you'd blow it up, the person for void shield, like you'd roll for penetration, penetrate the Titan, then they'd roll a dice, and on like a 4+ the shield stays around. On a 1, 2 or 3 it drops. Something like that. I can't really remember off the top of my head though, so... Okay, I'm thinking some watered down Tesseract glow might be useful here. Although, I've never really used Tesseract glow much. Okay, that looks like it'll be fine. Let's get some Tesseract glow up in here. And around here. Oh, it's not glowing where I want it to glow. Okay, it's starting to get a little bit of a glow look there. You're painting Necron colour. Someone call the Necron police. Yes, yes I am. The Necron police can't do anything about it. They got defeated in the battle of the Pariah Next. Okay. That looks like an okay glow effect from his light white. Gonna have to tell when it dries. I think I have an idea. What if we put every weapon option from both the CK and Imperial Knights and use it as every knight and call it... That would just be called a stomper. That's just an orc stomper right there. Or Gork and Mortnort at best. Okay, that looks a bit better now. Can always tone it down with a little bit of going over it again. Okay. How's chat this morning? Yeah, how are you all? Of course, this. So you'd have to fill every middling AP shots, because otherwise it would take on armor saves at the Titan to collapse the fortitude. Put the big gun, then put the big guns into it. Yeah. I think with fortitude you had, originally you had to put like big guns into it anyway, because otherwise you'd just be struggling. It would be too difficult to bring down for fortitude. The thing was, you just put down like missiles and stuff into it, because missiles would be strong enough to potentially get a glancing hit onto a Titan, or maybe even a penetrating, depending, and like deal with these weaker weapons. But then after the fortitude's fall, that's when you bring out the Titan killer guns, the other ones that can do multiple hull damage, and the ones that have like plus bonuses to the rolling on the penetration tables. And I'm just doing Alpha Legion of attack to mess with Cupcake. You didn't see anything. No. Penetration tables. Yeah, it's the old way that vehicles used to work. You had to roll on penetration tables to see if you penetrated the armor. Well, no, after penetrating the armor, sorry, you roll to see how much damage you did. Depending on if you got a glancing hit or a penetrating hit, you rolled on a different table. Why? Talan's just being gross again. Chat, protect me. Damage was so good. I'm pretty sure it's more like feel no pain, but if you didn't do damage until they collapse. Oh. You're for YouTube. I'm not. No, I'm a say so too, but Talan, stop being mean to me. There we go, I think that's cool. Maybe a little more clean here again. I know what you need. You need green here. And like here. Definitely need more green on that eagle of yours. Your Quilla. So that's going to be very reflective and catch the colours a lot. So missiles are pretty good at dealing with void, yeah. Damage would be appropriate like D6 and D3. Ooh. Yeah, for the moment, I wish they gave us more rules for Apocalypse, but it feels like they're trying to go away from big battles and Apocalypse games and stuff at the moment, and Titans and super heavy vehicles. Well, actually, no, you still got some super heavy vehicles, but for Forge World models, I doubt they're going to give us a plastic Warhound and Thunderheart. It would be great if it did, but if it did, they might just put it into Horus Heresy and not 40k, which would be a real shame. Sorry, I got way too much green onto that then. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I'm wanting to be like, look like he's got the green glow office on him. And I'm thinking that's what... It doesn't look bright enough at the moment. That metal needs to be very glowy to be green. Especially the edge of it, but the edge doesn't want to pick up anything.
You ever seen when they play Titanicus at 40k scale?
Yeah.
Just a dozen dudes, renting out a hall, and bringing their resin children to battle.
I was at a Warhammer thing years ago where they did that. I can't remember what that was. It wasn't Game Day because it was different. But yeah, they moved out a massive area of the hall where people were playing games. And just like put titans all over the floor. It's like, oh my goodness, that's cool. Little did Cupcon know her models are just Alpha Legion. No, they're not. Generally, they're quite far away from where most of the chaosy stuff's happening. Like my headcanon for them. Like, if the galaxy's here, and we got the big cut for the galaxy here, Ultramar's here, Imperium mostly is here, with Terra being around there. Leviathan and Baal, I think's down here, with Tau here. My guys are like somewhere up here. And then you got the Galactic Core. Yeah, they're just somewhere up here on the fringes of the Imperium. Because that's where they were sent to just get them out of the way by the Crusade they were originally part of. Because the Crusade they were originally part of, they're very, you know the crazy Templars that don't like Primaris and they don't like anything different or new or whatever. That's what the previous Crusade they were part of were, but these guys didn't really align with that type of thinking. So how does he look? Yeah, he's got the green of his thing glowing at him. And he's got the green of his thing glowing at him. Yeah, when I do the base, I might try getting some Tesseract glow onto the basing stuff as well. Hi Mariana Fox, how you doing? How's your new character? For Uma Musume. Hello, you're back. Hi, back. I'm Cupcake. Sleeper, what's the sleeper code? There's no sleeper code. A Foxbat has appeared. We've had a horse. Now we've got the Foxbat. We'll get for 40k Warhammer some James Workshop of John Space Marines. Oh no. I still don't understand Warhammer. Me neither. But look at this cool axe I painted. Look at it. It's like a power axe. It's meant to have like lightning going. So it can cut through things. Yeah. We actually got decent stuff done today. Despite yapping, despite getting distracted. We got edge highlights and freeze free guys. We painted the Auspexus. And we did his axe. Yeah. And we also did some minor fixing of stuff. Oh, what did we want to call him? Carmichael. Yeah. Okay, before I do anything else. Where's my thin brush again? My super thin brush. Super thin brush. Where's my black paint? I cut my pinky finger. I don't remember doing. Oh, I hate it when you get cuts that you don't remember doing. Especially like the other super sharp cuts where it's like, ugh. Camo dancing. Do, 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 do. I can't remember Camo dancing tune, I'm sorry. I'm just going to try and ignore that accidental Freudian slip. Wait, what did I just do? What did I say, sorry? John Warhammer collected 30,000 Warhammers, but for Horus Heresy stole the rest. Oh no! Horus Heresy stole all the Warhammers. Oh gosh, this does not want to get the paint here. Ah, Michelle. For Horse's Heresy was a horrible day. They ate all the hay. No! Leave some hay for the rest of us. I wanted to say edge highlighting, but I missed some of the steps. Did I? Oh, okay. Oh. Well, you got what I meant. Michael. Oh gosh, it's hard to write with a brush. How do you even spell Mike Carmichael? I'm guessing here. Carmichael, is that good enough? Oh gosh, my handwriting sucks with a brush. Okay, I'm gonna name this random dude Bob, by the way, because someone said they wanted a character named Bob. Oh gosh, it did not go well. CC. Close combat! Bob, 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 Bob. That's Bob. That's Chaplain Carmichael. That's a cool name. I'm gonna call him for third. No, for seventh. Yeah, Carmichael for seventh. There you go. See, we're finally naming some of these dudes. But the time period for when I'm going to get a phone call from my doctor started 40 minutes ago. So I'm going to see, wait, is Via live at the moment? Let's look. Via is... No, Via's not gone
Bob will
live.
be the best Marine ever. Whenever you need something dead, call Bob, he always gets it done.
Call Bob. Bob is definitely the one you want to call. I mean, he's not a normal Marine, he's just a neophyte, he's still in training. But Bob... Look like how cool Bob is. He's got his helmet. He's ready to fight. He's ready to throw down with the enemy. Carmichael likes Bob. Pat, pat, pat. Oh no, we killed Bob by accident by patting him on the head with a power axe. Okay, how do they look? Yeah, with the edge highlighting and stuff, they're not looking too shabby at the moment. I think once it got bases and we got some battle damage of these guns, they'll look pretty decent. Like, how does he look? Compare him to Bob, who doesn't have the edge highlighting. You know, he's way cooler. Although Bob feels like he needs some more black again on him. And, oh yeah, this guy is cool. Oh, the glow for aspects. It actually does look like a proper glow on him. I love it. That went a lot better than I was expecting. Bob's lost buffer Bill. You can't believe Bob is dead. No! Okay, who's Bill? Who do you want to be Bill? Is it an older brother or a younger brother? Or like a brother of the same age? Better call Bob. Better call Bob. Better call Bob. BCB. Better call Bob. Better Call Saul. Games Workshop. Oh my. Oh my. 55,300 sprinkles. Gonna carve this one bill. We'll carve this one bill. We are. Where is he? Bob. But he said brother. They're not brothers. What about you guys? Yeah, you're brothers. Okay, this can be Bill. We got Bob and Bill here. Bob and Bill. Off at it again, or Bob and Bill. Have I lost everything again? No, you got 1,905 sprinkles. Don't worry about it. Bill. Not Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. Different Bill. Oh gosh, I can't fight at the moment. What the hell is that thing here? Come on. There we go. Bill. Yeah, there we go. It's Bill. Ignore the little triangle on him. You got onion so hard, you got half of it back. Yay! Dr. Smile is a real sprinkles 40 cake. Check the leaderboard. Someone do the leaderboard. Actually, I can do it. Leaderboard. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Oh my gosh, there's a delay. Van Sprinkles is at 1 million. Anthony's at 261,000. Nick's at 188,000. Bob the Innkeeper's at 186,000. And Talan's at 161,000. 1 million. Yeah! Branry won a Battle Royale for 1 million sprinkles. So, you know, he's rich. Yeah. But anyway, thank you for coming. Power Axe. Wait, do you want to see up close? Power Axe. Yeah. Okay, this does not look as good up close, but you know. I tried my best. There we go. This R-Spark's meant to be glowing on him. This dude as well. Yeah, thanks for bombarding me, by the way, Bob. Sprinkles inflation is crazy. It is. It is. Yeah, his isn't as bright. It's only his wrist-mounted thing. It's just reflecting on his face, mostly. And then we also did edge highlighting on this dude. He doesn't look that great. Oh my gosh, his face looks terrible. Gonna have to get my knife on him. Where's my knife? He looks like Doom Guy! How does that look now? That looks a little better. Yeah. Did not do the eyes very well. Maybe I can go back over some Norn oil. That being said, they do look a lot brighter on the camera, the eyes. Rip and tear until Cupcake gets the cola. Yeah! I want all the cola! What's the time, Mr. Marine? Oh,
what's the time, Mr. Marine? Oh, would you look at that? It's crusading time.
Yeah! Hey, what time is it? Sir? I think it's time to crusade! Harvest! They borrowed a chaplain from the Blood Angels. That's a bad idea. Carmichael Verseffen. Carmichael sounds like a Blood Angel name, but anyway. Love you all. Bye 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 bye. And remember, tomorrow it's another morning stream. We're playing Mechanicus. Yeah! Mechanicus! I'll have to update my little chalkboard, won't I? To no longer be paint, finally paint. But we're finally getting towards the end of these models. I tried to paint them more today. And also, don't forget to work hard, play harder, eat good food. No, not eat good food. Wait, what's next? What's next? Take care of yourself and be kind to others. Yeah, and vice versa. Very important. And also eat good food, because that is important too. Sleep well, also very important. And dream of cupcakes, the most important thing of all. And even more important than that though, don't eat cupcakes, because they're friends, not food. Bye bye everyone. Love you all. And don't forget to like the stream. Ow, every like is another prayer to the Emperor. We are. Oh gosh. Yeah.